All right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. It is great to be back with you all. Thank you guys for jumping in here with us tonight again. I appreciate you so very much as we look back at the Delphi trial recap, part 2, day number 2 for us. I think they're on day number 13, but we're going to catch up. That is a fact. Again, thank you all for joining me. Please share this out to anyone and everyone you think would be interested in jumping in here with us. I do appreciate that so very much, guys. And please make sure to hit that like button when you come through that door. Let's see if we can make it into that algorithm tonight one more time because you guys are rock and roll. That being said, it's time to get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you all so very much for joining us tonight and jumping in the cafe with us as we go over the Delphi recap, trying to catch up with what's going on in the Delphi trial. They're at day number 13. We're just at our day number 2 here catching up. We've kind of covered a conglomeration of different things, so we'll see what happens here. Come on in, get a seat, get comfortable, grab your notebooks just in case. And let's see what we can do. Come on, come on. And again, guys, share this out if you would, please. And thank you. And please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. I do appreciate y'all so very much. And that goes for all the people just kind of hanging out, not really in the chat, just watching. And we appreciate you too so very much. Excuse me. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Everyone, please. Let's see here. Let's see. I hope you're all having a great night tonight again, by the way. Let's see who we got in here with us so far while we're waiting on some others to pop in here, possibly. It looks like Robert Bell, welcome back, my friend. Of course, Walt Harris in the house. T2014, welcome back to you. Yeah, I appreciate you so very much. Sorry again, Walt Harris. Dago here. Great to see you, Walt. Let's see. Doodlebug, as always, never fails. Good to have you here, Doodle. Thank you for joining us, dear. Phil is in the house tonight. Great to see you, Phil. Thank you so much for joining us. Brandy B, the OG, welcome back to you as well, dear. Thank you so much for your time. Miss Alicia J, welcome back. Good to see you today. I hope your daughter had an awesome birthday today. And I do appreciate you taking time out of your busy Sunday to join us as well. Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Let me see here. Show. I think that's it so far. Anybody that's not in the chat, again, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Excuse me. Let me see here. All right. Where did it go? Did I lose it already? No. There it is. Yep. Right. Coolness. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to go backwards. Okay. We're going to go backwards and pick up some of the early days of the trial with the recaps on those, get that info, and hopefully show you guys some interesting stuff. That's awesome, Alicia. I'm glad to hear that. I've heard the storms have been going pretty crazy, Brandy. I hope you're safe out there. Take care of yourself and that child. Come on in, everybody. Anybody and everybody, if you would, please. Let me see here. Um, Let me see here. Well, that's okay. Give him a high five for me. Not for being a brat, but just for being who he is. Matthew's awesome. He'll be all right. Nobody, nothing. 1717. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Show. Hold on here. Let's see. SRB is in the house. Good to see you tonight, SRB. Thank you for joining us. Midwest, welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you tonight as well. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Nope. Hitting the wrong buttons here. It looks like there's 22 people, 21 likes. You guys are going amazing with that. Thank you guys so much for that. God bless. Thank you, by the way, SRB. I kind of took your advice on something that I've been following it, and then I went and looked at for a specific playlist and got lucky enough to be able to upload the entire playlist in order, and it's going to make it the way I wanted it to be. So very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So thank you for the idea, SRB. Whether you knew you gave it to me or not, you did. So I got to thank you for it. Let me see. So we covered the first day last week, and I think the morning show. So I'm going to jump into. It was like actually it was day 1 and 2, but day number 3 is where I will pick that up, and we'll go forward from day number 3 upward towards today. And these people for WTHR, they have put together a really good playlist on this. They're there every day. They do a recap every day. They talk to the people they need to with this every day. And they're giving like accurate information. They're putting out it's a really good way to follow. I've been looking at it here for a couple hours, and it's really awesome the way they did this. So it's going to be easy for us. And that way we can stay in line from the very beginning to all the way up to today, which is day 13, I do believe. And we'll have the full recap of everything and how it went day by day. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. So I put this together based on the WTHR channel 13 that covered this, and it's awesome. So again, thank you for that idea, SRB. It really worked out well. The first day that we looked at were basically the opening statements and like the first witness, I think. But then it jumps from, and that's day 1 and 2, and then it jumps from that to day 3, and then there's a couple of these days that are included in each one. So it's awesome how they did this, and that's what's important to me. They're not biased. Very good point. They're not biased one way or the other. So there's no extra bullshit with it. Absolutely right. Thank you so much, SRB. It was a great way to see it. I think you guys will like it too. So, well, then get out of her light, Walt. What are you doing? You know that. You know how that works, brother. Yeah, you better listen to Alicia. Like she said, move your big head out of the way, bro. Just saying. Just saying. Good golly, Molly's in the house. Good evening, Molly dear. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. All right, all right. Hold on. I sent mom her link. I don't know. She might be busy tonight. You just never know. Noelle, welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight. Appreciate you all. 23 likes with 22 people. See, you guys are on the ball tonight. Appreciate you so very much. All right, guys. I'm not going to make you wait too long because it's 8 o'clock already. Anybody else is going to jump in, they'll catch up. Ever since we told everyone there would be no spankings if you didn't tap the happy button tapping has reached record levels. Either way, it is so very much appreciated. Driving, so listen, be careful, Noel. Please be careful while you're driving. All right, y'all. Let me see here. Show. All right. Let's get to moving. And let's see. This is day number 3. We covered everything on day number 1 and 2 the other day. So we're going to jump right to this and start going from here. And if anybody has any issues with the audio, anything you need me to back up for, let me know, please.
More than 7 years after Abby Williams and Libby German were killed,
It's got good sound, but I don't know how it sounds to you guys, so you might have to turn it up on your end. I don't know if you're doing headphones or no. Either way, if there's any problems, just let me know.
trial for the man accused of murdering them enters its 3rd day. Thanks for joining us here on WTHR Plus. This is your Delphi debrief. We're going to hear from our legal analyst, Katie Jackson Lindsay, in a moment. But first, we want to take you to Delphi, where our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, spent today in court where jurors were shown graphic images of the crime scene. Bob?
Hey, Scott. I had a chance to be in the courtroom today along with Emily Longnecker. We both were able to sit in the first row to watch today's deliberations. And, Emily, we knew that the families were going to have this day come. We knew that the jury was at some point during this trial going to see these really graphic crime scene photos at the scene. That day was today. Yeah. It was hard for the families. It was hard for the jury.
Yes.
It was hard for the reporters. It was hard for everyone in there today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, I was in the afternoon session, and as they were talking about evidence collection, they walked the jurors through evidence collection using those crime scene photos and how they processed both of the girls' bodies there at the scene. And at one point, the juror that is in the front row, a gentleman closest to the public seats, closest to our seats, he sat there like this and like this, and a couple times closed his eyes. And you could see people still uncomfortable in the jury with those photos, which I know that they saw this morning when you were there, but still, I think it's still difficult every time you see them.
Oh, absolutely. So it was graphic testimony today, very difficult testimony today. Let's get you started by understanding exactly who took the witness stand today. So the first, or I should say, the folks who took the stand, who spent most of the day talking to the jury, it was Jason Page, Dwayne Dotsman, and Brian Olahai, I believe is how you pronounce his name. They are Indiana State Police crime scene investigators, and the three of them worked together to process the Delphi murder scene back in 2017. And there was one other person who testified today. That's Darren Giancola. He's a detective with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. He was the first law enforcement officer to actually see Abby and Libby's body. So they walked jurors through what they saw on the day the girls were discovered murdered, and they showed really these gut-wrenching pictures that they took that day, showing not only where the girls were found, but also their injuries, right?
And very close-up photos of their injuries.
So the jurors got to see 117 crime scene photos that the three crime scene investigators took back in February of 2017. And again, we want to warn you right now, what you're about to hear, even hearing us describe what we saw in court today.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
So, forewarning, just the audio from what they're going to talk about could be traumatizing, and I don't want anybody to feel, like you're stuck here, just in case it might bother you. So it's a heads up front. Thank you, Alicia. Just in case, guys. So be prepared. That's all I'm saying. And thank you again, Alicia, very much.
It's disturbing. The pictures show Abby and Libby lying in the woods with their throat slit. Libby's body was naked. Her face and her hands were covered in blood. Abby was found in jeans and a sweatshirt, blood on her neck, deep wound, you could see on her neck. Investigators testified that an area of the ground near the girls was saturated in blood, and jurors got to see a picture of that. They also saw a picture of blood on a nearby tree.
Right.
These are the types of images, Emily, that once you see them, you can never unsee.
Never unsee them. And of course, they're up there on a big screen for the jury to see. It's a large screen. It's right there in all of its really gruesome detail. And we walked through some of those this afternoon with CSI investigator for Indiana State Police, Brian Olahai, that took us through those photos, first starting with photos of the items they found in the creek and what was found there, what was collected, how it was collected, and then moving to the crime scene. And that's where the crime scene photos came up.
Right. And that crime, the video monitor, it's on the far side of the courtroom from jurors, but it's so large that, again, some of these pictures almost seem larger than life. That they took. Some of the pictures were taken from the air, some from on the ground. And the witnesses, they had this special pointer where they could go up and point things out and the evidence that was in these pictures to the jurors.
And also the same scene, different angles. So all kinds of different angles, all like a 360, if you will, of all different angles of the girl's body.
Yeah, and we're talking, again, 117 photos of the crime scene is what the jurors saw today. And some of those, I'd say about half of them, extremely graphic, showing the girls' bodies. And those were really hard to look at. And as you mentioned earlier, some of the jurors were, they seemed shaken seeing these pictures.
Absolutely shaken. Even, I mean, this was the first time for me seeing them this afternoon. I know you saw them this morning. So it's difficult. I don't know any other way to describe it. It's gut-wrenching is very appropriate.
Yeah. And so one of the jurors who we know from jury selection, he works around kids. He works at a school district. There were times that he just put his
juror number 6,
face down in his hands. There were other times where he just leaned back and he put his hands on top of his head. I saw another juror. As she was looking at the picture, she just over and over again just taking long, deep breaths, trying to relax herself and just take in these pictures. It was very emotional for members of the jury.
I was also noting what Richard Allen was doing while some of these photos were up on the screen. Sometimes he was looking, and sometimes he had to sit down and he was taking notes in his book or his paper. So sometimes looking at them, reading glasses on top of his head, and sometimes taking notes. So
let's talk about the families, because again, of all the people in the courtroom today, the most emotion that we saw was from the family, as you would well expect. This almost 8-year nightmare that they have been experiencing since 2017. The families, they got a chance to see the pictures that the jury saw. They got a chance to see them on Saturday afternoon. And we were here at the courthouse when the families came out, and they were very, very upset, some of them wiping away tears. They got a chance to see these photos on Saturday. I spoke to one of the family members today. He said that was a chance for them to be able to digest these pictures before they were going to be in court today. So it was I think a good thing for them, but obviously incredibly difficult. Today, they were still in tears in the courtroom, and both Abby and Libby's moms were there at times. I saw them crying. I saw them looking away. They didn't want to look at the screen during some of the most graphic evidence that was put up on the screen for jurors to see.
I mean, I would describe this afternoon from what I could see. I was able to see the reaction of Mike and Becky Patty, Libby's grandparents who raised her. They were pretty stoic this afternoon, I would say. I think, as you said, they've had time to process this since Saturday, process the horror of what they've seen. So I would describe them as stoic by this afternoon.
So the purpose, I think, for the state of showing all these pictures was not just to allow the jury to see the injuries to the girls and where they were in the woods, but it really was also for the jury to understand how the investigators collected the evidence.
Right.
Talk about that a little bit, and to help explain for our viewers the term ground zero that we heard a lot about today.
Right. And we heard that a lot from CSI Investigative.
I do believe, Alicia, that there is counseling that is offered in all cases, that if it's requested by like the jurors and people like that involved, that they give it to you. At least around here, they have done that. So nobody, nothing. Yes, I agree. Andrea's good. This here is very good at giving everything. So I do follow Andrea as well. Just so you guys know, and I've checked it, and this matches up right up with Andrea's too, other than her commentating with it. That's all. The mere fact that I have a disabled child which does not go in anyone's care besides me in school, I don't think they would pick me. Probably not. I wouldn't be picked either. Welcome, Miss Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight, hon. Hope you're having a good night.
Investigator Brian Olahai, and he said when he got the call to go to this crime scene to basically lead the investigation, he said, I knew this was going to be more than just a simple crime scene. So he went into it knowing that this involved 2 young girls, and they believed at this point that it was a homicide, a lot of trauma. He described the area about 20 feet around the girls' bodies as ground zero, and then even 15 feet beyond that as an area that very few people got in. I think he testified maybe 4 people, including himself, were in that area before the bodies were transported away.
And the investigators talked about the fact that the vast majority, in fact, all of the important evidence that they collected from the crime scene was in that immediate area right around Abby and Libby, where their bodies were found in that ground zero area.
Right.
And they really talked to the jury, and the questions from Jim Luttrell, who was asking questions on behalf of the state of these investigators, seemed really designed to try to give the jury confidence in how the evidence was collected.
Right. Olahai described the scene as that there were limbs and branches placed on the girls' bodies, and he talked about how they meticulously removed the sticks first, and that they first concentrated on Libby's body, first processing that scene before they moved on to Abigail. Investigator Olahai talked about first testing.
Welcome, Siggy and Mike. Wonderful to have you back tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Pictures. Her hands were pretty bloody, and he talked about processing her hands for any kind of DNA. And I thought it was interesting. He said that he himself swabbed the areas of her hands. First, when they were looking at her hands, they were looking at defensive wounds to see if there were any defensive wounds had she fought back against her attacker. And then when he swabbed her hands for DNA, he said that when you swabs an area that might have a lot of blood in one area and less in another on her hands. He wanted to swab the area that was less bloody, because to swab an area that had a lot of her blood, I think this was a quote, it would scream of the individual who deposited.
Welcome, Jane. Thank you so much for joining us for this tonight. And I'll be doing this, guys, until I can get us caught up to what is going on in Delphi night after night. This is very good coverage. They give you absolute everything that is talked about, brought about. They describe things we can't visually see in a very good way to give us a good visualization of it. It's a really, really great recap and a way to do it. So I'm glad to have you guys here for this.
Deposited the blood, the suspect's DNA would be muted out. So that is why they focused more on her wrist area where there was less blood, and he described putting each swab in an envelope.
And Scott, we want to point
Thank you for your input, Jane. I definitely respect that very much.
That was asked directly of one of the investigators to say, did you recover any evidence from the crime scene that reflected DNA from Richard Allen found at the crime scene? And in an important moment during this trial, the investigator responded no. So we can report from today that, again, investigators say they do not have any DNA at the crime scene, Scott.
Bob and Emily, I wonder, is the defense team pushing back? In other words, are they asking hard questions of any of these witnesses or challenging them on the witness stand?
Yeah,
we did hear that today, particularly in two main areas. You want to talk about the sticks is one of the areas, the sticks that were found out there.
The sticks is one of theirs. I mean, they didn't get a chance, the defense, to cross-examine yet Investigator Olaha yet, because when court let out today and the jury was sent home, the state still had Investigator Olaha on the stand. So the cross of him and all of his descriptions have not even been dealt with yet. But when I got in there this afternoon, that's when
for anybody that is curious, we're at day 3. Doing the recap as you're jumping in here. We're on day 3 of the trial right here, going back and gaining the information from that day. Going forward, we're going to continue to do that until we get caught up to today, which is day 13. And again, guys, that's for everybody that's just now jumping in or just might be jumping in the background listening, so that nobody gets confused. The stuff we're hearing from them came out day 3 of the trial.
Examination was starting of Dwayne Dotsman, and you heard his testimony this morning. So he was told, he testified that he was told to go back and collect the sticks later, 2 days later, after they were removed from the bodies. And
see, that blows my mind too. That blows my mind. 2 days later, they push these sticks to the side and the crime scene. This is something that bothers me about this case. They pushed the sticks to the side. They removed the bodies when they did. Got everything collected, and 2 days later they go back to collect these sticks. That's a problem for me. That is evidence. It was on the bodies. It's part of the crime scene. They should have been taken and removed and held within police custody right then and there, not 2 days later, folks. That's something I just don't understand. And anything could have happened at that point to those sticks. Something could have changed. Something could have been messed with somehow or another. I just don't understand that part. So
And defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked him, so someone would have had to handle those sticks to put them on those bodies, right? And he said yes. And Andrew Baldwin said, well, so that would leave maybe hand cells, maybe DNA. And Dotsman said, well, not if they're wearing gloves. And attorney Baldwin said, well, were they wearing gloves? And Dotsman responded, I have no idea. So, but, testifying that he collected those sticks a couple days later, and basically, when asked, well, why didn't you collect all of them, or did you leave some there? And he said, this is a quote, we can't go picking up every stick and leave in the forest just because it has blood on it.
Right. And there was discussion.
Okay, so if there's a stick around this scene and there's blood on it, why would you not collect it? I mean, I don't know, at least test it or look at it or do something with it, because it could very well have some important piece of information. There could be DNA on that stick. I'm just saying, guys, that's not real smart, in my opinion. This is an opinion. It doesn't mean it's fact. Okay, well.
And testimony given to the jury in what appeared to be a preemptive line of questioning by Jim Luttrell and the state to the investigators, asking them, by the way, this was even before the defense brought it up. The defense said, by the way, did you enter the sticks that were on the girls' bodies as evidence? Did you collect them? And he said, no, we didn't. And he said, why not? And the investigator, Dotsman, reported to the jury. He said, well, we discussed it, and we had never before ever been able to get any DNA off of a stick. So we decided there was no evidentiary value in collecting those. So we put them aside and we left them there. And then, like you said, then they decided later to go back and get them.
That just makes zero sense to me. I don't care if you could in the past get evidentiary value out of it or not. It's part of the crime scene. It is part of the crime scene. There, you don't know what could be on that stick or what that stick could help you with. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. Just saying.
So that's one of the areas, Scott, that there was some pushback. The other big area that the defense really pushed back on was a bullet cartridge. Jurors saw some photographs of a bullet cartridge, an unfired bullet that was at the crime scene.
Good point,
near
Siggy.
Libby's body. They described, as they were looking at the crime scene and going over it very closely, one of the investigators kept seeing this little glitter, a shine of light among the leaves. And so he explained how he carefully
I agree, Robert.
away some of the leaves in that area, and that revealed this bullet casing.
Yes, this cartridge.
And the defense, again, they really pushed back against that. They asked questions of the investigator saying, well, how did you handle that bullet? Why were there no additional pictures and video of you collecting that bullet and moving that bullet? They seem to be raising questions about the possibility that there was a lapse in the chain of custody that would maintain the integrity of that evidence.
Right. They questioned Investigator Dotsman on, well, did you take video of this bullet being collected? And he said, well, no, that's nothing that we would ever do before. So, but Investigator Olahai, when he got on the stand, he talked about he was the one that collected that bullet himself, placed it in the bag, and put it into his car at the end of the day. And it went to a temporary storage area in West Lafayette for one night, a locked storage area, which, very few people have access to. And the next day it was taken to the lab to eventually be tested.
And again, that unfired bullet casing, that is one piece of physical evidence. The state tested that, and they determined in testing that unfired bullet casing, markings on that, when it was tested at some state labs, they linked that back to a gun that was recovered from Richard Allen's home that they say is, that is the main evidence that the state has placing Richard Allen really in ground zero at the crime scene.
Right. But when we read through all these court documents, you can kind of see the roadmap that the defense is going to have in attacking how the testing of that bullet goes, the science behind it. Is it legitimate? Some people, what's been said is,
Welcome, Taylor. I hope you're doing okay. I appreciate you joining us tonight, hon. I'm glad to hear you made it through the tornado. That's awesome. I'm glad you're safe. My prayers have been with everybody and anybody that's in the path of these things, these storms we've had, and they continue to be. And I hope everybody around here is praying for everyone that is going through them. Taylor, it's wonderful to know you're good. Oh, I didn't know that, hon. I did not know you were live. I'm sorry I missed it. It's Sunday, so I'm always bouncing around doing other stuff until I'm in here. So I'll have to go back and check it out, dear. I promise you I will, as always.
Prosecution.
Thank you so much for joining us, Taylor.
Defense experts don't like this kind of testing.
Exactly.
So, but Olahai also testified this was the only cartridge collected at the scene. No other cartridges were found, and the cartridge was individually packaged by itself, taken by me to West Lafayette, and placed in that temporary storage locker where there is limited access. He stressed that over and over. And I've noticed that each person, when the defense cross-examines them, asks about, so were you carrying a gun? And what kind of ammunition does your gun have?
Exactly.
Trying to, suggest could this cartridge belong to one of them or someone else? That seems to be a line of questioning.
Right, because in opening arguments, we heard the defense raise the possibility in the minds of the jury that maybe this, what they refer to at this point almost sarcastically as a magic bullet at the scene, raising the possibility that perhaps that did not come from Richard Allen. Maybe it was a police officer at the scene who had one of these bullets or bullet casings drop onto the ground. And so there's been questioning of every one of these police officers to find out what type of ammunition they carried. All of them, we should point out so far, have said it's not a 40 caliber type ammunition that they carry. So that takes that off the table, at least for now.
Right.
You can see behind us, it is dark. The courthouse is behind us. Things have ended for the day. Back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And certainly we have not heard the last about the bullet casing. That will become a central feature of this trial as we move along. So for now, Scott, we're going to go ahead and send it back to you. We will be back in the courthouse tomorrow morning for day 4. So for Emily, I'm Bob Siegel. Scott, back to you.
All right, guys, thanks so much for your great perspective and giving our viewers a really good look, because you've both been inside listening to the trial, and we sure appreciate the summary on this show. Thanks so much. So our legal expert, attorney Katie Jackson-Lindsay, joins us in studio. We're going to get through a lot of what we just heard Bob and Emily talk about. So the jury hears all this evidence today. Bob and Emily both saying how difficult it was for everybody to listen to, the families and, of course, the jury. They mentioned that Richard Allen was in court seeing these images, but according to Bob and Emily, didn't appear to have a strong reaction, taking notes at some point. Would this be the first time that the suspect in this case would see these graphic pictures?
We should assume that it's not the first time that he's seen these pictures. As a defense attorney, you have an obligation to share with your client all of the evidence that will be presented against him. And so this should not have been the first time he's seen these pictures. His attorneys would have reviewed them with him before, which takes away a little bit of the reaction to them.
Okay, so if the jury is watching Richard Allen and seeing that he doesn't really have much of a reaction other than taking some notes at the time, do they draw any conclusions based on either his reaction or a non-reaction, if you will?
Well, that's the difficult part. That's the difficult part about having a client sitting there that's always on display in a jury trial. And to some extent, as a defense attorney, you tell your client not to react. And so that can make the client appear very stoic. It can make the client appear insensitive. But really, there's no winning in terms of trying to gauge his reaction.
So there was a lot made today in court about this so-called magic bullet, based on whether or not this casing was connected to Richard Allen's gun. That seems to be what the state is saying. What do you make about this, introducing this magic bullet into this case?
Well, what we know from the probable cause affidavit from the outset is that is the piece of evidence that links Richard Allen to this case. We're not going to hear someone identify him as seeing him as the person who did this. These victims are not able.
Welcome, PJ. Wonderful to see you tonight, dear. I appreciate you so much for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful night. It's wonderful to see you here tonight.
To speak for themselves and point out the person who did this to them. And so that is the piece of evidence. And so it's great that we're seeing very early on how the state plans to deal with it and how the defense plans to attack it. And I think we should expect throughout the duration of this trial that they will continue to aggressively attack that piece of evidence.
In terms of the chain of custody, how that bullet casing was handled after being recovered at ground zero?
Absolutely, because I think we know from some of the pre-trial pleadings that we're not exactly sure how it was originally found, if it was extracted from being in the ground, and who handled it thereafter. And those things are really, really important. They're important for contamination. They're important for damage to that bullet, because presumably that bullet could have been out there for a very long time and could have nothing to do with this case at all. And so I think what the defense is doing is appropriate, and it's important to challenge that single piece of evidence in every way that they can, because that's the only thing that got their client in that seat.
One of the other things that we've heard in their summary after day 3, these sticks that were found on the girls' bodies. What do you make of the idea that these sticks were found on the girls' bodies, weren't immediately taken away for evidence, because they said that in the past they haven't been able to recover DNA from sticks? What do you make of the fact that these appeared to be, according to at least the state, that these may have been, that they were there on these bodies?
I think that should have been a pretty shocking revelation for that jury today for a number of reasons. First, DNA is not the only evidence that can be gathered from an item at a crime scene. There could be hair, there could be other fibers related to clothing of the potential perpetrator. And so I think that was a really reckless way of leaving that there, a really reckless way of handling the evidence. Additionally, I think that now we're going to see, we've been introduced to that theme of mishandling evidence, and now we're going to see that weave throughout the trial, because what we learned was that they initially thought that it didn't have any evidentiary value, but then they went that and ended up collecting those sticks. And so that's troubling. And I think it's going to give the jury some concerns and some pause about how the evidence was handled in this case.
Okay, so if you've been following the story over the first 3 days of the case, and perhaps you were with us on the weekend, you heard Bob talk about the fact that the jury was actually asking questions of the witnesses. I think that, you and I have heard different trials where they ask maybe the judge while they're deliberating the case, maybe asking a question there. Is this normal to see a jury actually ask questions of the witness?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did test that here. I thought they did too. I might be wrong, but if I heard it wrong, I thought they did. Welcome, Death Valley Tiger. Michelle, wonderful to have you back. CZ as well. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. All of you. I had heard that too, that the hair was linked to Kelsey, which I don't understand how that works out, but I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. We'll have to see. SRB says allegedly Kelsey had let one of the girls use her jacket that day, so her hair may have come from that. Right. Who knows? Who knows?
Witnesses during the trial.
Yes, this is normal. This is allowed in the state of Indiana. Our trial rules allow this. And in fact, during jury instructions, the Judge Gold, would have informed this jury that they are able to ask questions of the witnesses at the conclusion of both their direct and cross-examination. So it is normal, and it's a very powerful tool, as you can imagine,
Yeah,
because
that's
it
been
allows the
looked at.
parties to see.
That's definitely been looked at, Siggy. I've done shows on that alone, as well as the certain investigators within the investigation have as well too. I do agree.
Or to be able to gauge what the jury's thinking about and what questions they have.
All right, let's talk about the hair in Abby's hand. What do you make of that revelation?
Well, we heard about it first in the defense's opening statement, and the defense did a good job of crafting it in a way to let the jury know that this investigation is still ongoing, even at the point where they're bringing this case to you as the jury. And so I think what they're doing is highlighting, one, that this is still a piece of evidence that was at that scene on that day 7 years ago that we still don't have a determination about. So that in the event that the state comes back and now has a conclusion about that hair evidence, the defense can say again, here's another example of them not doing their job 7 years ago when they should have done it. They're still working on that case, even after it's before your consideration. And so I think it's powerful, regardless of the outcome of what happens with the DNA analysis on that case. It's a way for the defense to show that the evidence in this case was never handled properly, and it's still not being handled properly.
One of the other things that's come out has been this audio that we have heard, for many, many years. Of course, this case happened 7 years ago. We've all heard the down the hill audio, the guy on the bridge saying that because one of the girls was recording that on their phone. So you heard down the hill, and the way Indiana State Police first gave it to the media and out to the public was to put it on a loop. So you'd hear down the hill, down the hill, down the hill. Tell us about the significance of that audio that we're hearing in the trial, whether or not we'll hear any more of it, and what other voices may be on it as well.
Right. So we learned today that the defense filed another motion in limine. So another motion where they're asking the court to limit what the state can do with this piece of evidence. And in that motion, they relayed that they anticipated that the state would put it on a loop again, as we heard it. But there was also this revelation for the first time that the victim's voice or voices could be heard on this audio as well. And so they anticipate that the state will call witnesses who will opine about what is being said by the victims. And they don't want that to happen. And it shouldn't happen, because the jury should be able to draw their own conclusions about the facts and about what they hear. And so they are asking that the state be prohibited from putting on witnesses to say, we can hear the victims on this audio and this is what they're saying. And so we now know that that evidence is coming. We shouldn't expect that it wasn't, but we now know that there are even going to be some challenges about that particular evidence.
Of course, that video of the bridge guy, as we have been calling him for 7 years, we only got a snippet of this. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the state introduces more of that video, if there is any more video? Would that be something that we would likely hear in this case?
Well, it will be interesting at this point to see if they introduce it at all, because what we know now is that they aren't going to introduce the sketch evidence. And presumably that first sketch that the entire world reviewed for several years was the guy on the bridge, or at least that's what we were told. And so now that they ask not to be able to mention the sketch evidence, it'll be interesting to see how they reconcile that with the video of the guy on the bridge.
So based on what we heard today coming out of day 3, what do you think the state ends up moving into tomorrow? Based on some of the witnesses that we've heard today and the fact that we've heard these and seen this graphic testimony, what do you think that we're likely to see on Tuesday?
I suspect in the coming days that we will hear from the witnesses that were simply out on the trail enjoying the day. So on the first day, we heard from The family, we heard from people who were involved in the search. Now we're getting a little more into the experts that collected the evidence from the scene, and we're getting to see the scene itself. And so I would suspect we should be moving into those civilian witnesses who are not law enforcement, who are not experts, who are not family, but simply saw people on the trail. The witness testimony that we're anticipating about the guy that was bloody and muddy, I suspect that will be coming in the coming days.
All right, Katie Jackson Lindsay, our legal analyst, thanks again for joining us and help us sort through day 3 of this Delphi murders trial. We're going to be breaking down this trial every weeknight at 10 p.m. right here on WTHR Plus. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports on each day of this trial. Just go to WTHR.com/Delphi. Thanks for joining us. More than 7 years ago, Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered in the town of Delphi. 2 years ago, Richard Allen was arrested and charged with murdering the girls.
All right, guys, one moment. Sorry about that. One moment. Here we go. Sorry again, folks. My mouse got stuck.
Fourth day of the trial for the man who's
Welcome,
accused
Sarah.
of murdering Abby Williams and Libby German 7.5 years ago. Thanks for joining us tonight on WTHR Plus. This is your Delphi debrief. Our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, was in court today. And Bob, today the jury heard from witnesses who saw this so-called bridge guy. What did they learn?
Yeah, Scott, let's talk about that in a second. First thing I want everyone to know about is about this video that we saw in court today. It was the first time that we've seen this video. And let me give a little bit of background to that. The prosecutor and state police have said since the day that Richard Allen was arrested, they've insisted that this crime was committed by someone referred to as Bridge Guy. And Bridge Guy is the person that Libby German captured on her cell phone on the Monon High Bridge, we believe just moments before the girls were murdered. So today the jury got to hear a whole lot more about Bridge Guy. For the first time, the jury got to see a video. All of us in the courtroom got to see a video 43 seconds long that Liberty captured on her phone on the day of the murders. And I can't, unfortunately, show you that video. The judge is not allowing us to record it or to show it, and she's not allowing cameras inside the courtroom. So I can't show it to you, but I can tell you about that video. So let me kind of explain what was on that video. It shows Abby and Libby on the Monon High Bridge. The camera that Libby had, the phone that she had was pointed down toward the bridge deck. We hear Libby say, "There's no path." So we actually hear Libby's voice on there. And then nearly undetectable in the background of this video, an image of a man walking behind the girls and his faint voice at the very end, something you've heard before. This afternoon, jurors heard video and audio specialist from Indiana State Police describe how he enhanced the video to isolate the still picture you're seeing of Bridge Guy, and how he also enhanced the video to hear the voice of Bridge Guy saying what all seems to sound.
So I had never heard that. There's no path. Never heard that before. That's new. I don't know if you heard me, but welcome, Sarah. It's wonderful to have you here tonight. It's great to see you. We've missed you. All right, yeah. Okay, moving on. Just making sure everybody hears me okay.
Sound to us like down the hill. The jury saw that image and heard the video that we've all heard so many times before. They got to hear it for the first time today. And Scott, it's incredible. When we watched that 43-second video in court today, at first, I had no idea that that is the bridge guy video. So it was fascinating. We got to hear two audio and visual specialists from Indiana State Police, Brian Bunner and Jeremy Chapman. They described how the video was enhanced, the video that they found on the phone, how they expedited processing of the video that investigators recovered from the cell phone that Libby had, and how they were able to brighten up the image, how they were able to rotate it, how they were able to work with the contrast and the lighting so they could capture this image of Bridge Guy in
Thank you, Miss Taylor.
who, again, you see the video, there's only a couple frames where Bridge Guy's even visible back there. They were able to isolate that to put a picture out.
Welcome, Stormy, and anybody else that's jumped in. I appreciate you so very much. If I didn't catch you or see ya, I will, I promise. And anybody out in their hallway there just kind of lurking or whatever, thank you so much for being here too. We appreciate you guys. Please make sure to hit the like button. Share it out if you will. I really appreciate it so very much. Thank you. On solo tonight. I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh yeah, I'm solo. Sorry. I'm solo. Nobody wants to hang with me tonight. It's okay though. I got you guys. That's all that matters. So
to the public. And then when we heard the video in the courtroom, the audio of Down the Hill, we couldn't hear that at all. So the investigators explained how in the lab they were able to isolate background noise that was on that video so that they could get rid of that background noise and enhance and accelerate the audio on there so that we could hear Down the Hill. And, you know, that's video, Scott, that's the jury got to see today and is going to be a big part of this trial.
So, Bob, when we have seen this for 7 years, this video of Bridge Guy, you know, we see this guy walking on the Monon High Bridge. He's got his hands in his pocket. You just hear the, you know, Down the Hill, but it's on a loop for several seconds. So you're talking about 43 seconds. Is there anything else that we see that the jury saw on this 43-second tape? Do we see anything else? Do we see the girls on this? Do we hear anything else at all?
Yeah, well, it appears to us that we see Abby Williams in the background walking towards Libby in this video. And I got to be honest, most of it is looking down at the railroad ties on that, what's described as this really scary walk across the Monon High Bridge. Most of that area is now completely sealed off. You can't walk on it now. Most of that bridge decking has been rehabilitated, at least the portion that the public sell out on. But it's looking down at these railroad ties and really the usable portions, the portions that are going to be relevant to the jury here and that are of most interest is this little image in the background of Bridge Guy and the voice that we hear. So those are the things that state police really highlighted very early on in their investigation and that we hear in this video today, but we've only seen a tiny little snippet of it today. We got to see that it was actually 43
seconds. A good point, Death
and
Valley.
I will mention, Scott, that because this was the first time we've heard the girls' voices on there, during the lunch break, I saw Libby's mom right out here in this gazebo. There's a gazebo right behind me here on the courthouse lawn. And I wanted to clarify, I asked her, is that Libby? Is that Abby? Whose voice did you hear on there? And she said to me, yeah, that's Libby. And she said,
very possibly, Cap. I feel like there very possibly could be a hung jury. Truly. I think that the jury is all in on this. I think they're paying a lot of attention. I'm just curious to see, but I think it very well could be a hung jury. PJ, your opinion is just as important as anyone's. This, you know, that this channel is set up for anybody to have their own personal opinions, and nobody's going to attack you for it. we can all think completely different on this. That's what makes it so important to me. And nobody's going to attack anybody for having their own opinions on this. That doesn't happen here. Anybody that thinks they're going to do that is not going to be here. So I want you to be able to express your feelings, your thoughts, whatever you feel on this, and not to worry that anybody's going to come at you sideways, because it's not going to happen. So please, everybody, understand that. That's what this channel is based on. So I never want anybody to worry about that. Again, thank you guys. Exactly. 100% at all. I don't care if you think aliens came in and did this, and that's your opinion. I respect that. That's your right. And nobody's going to come at you sideways because of it. That's a promise in here. So if they do, or even try to, you won't see them again. That's a promise.
Said when she heard that in court, she said, I almost fell out of my chair. She said, it's been way too long since I've heard that voice.
It's got to be so hard for that family to listen and see those images. So I would imagine that everybody, not only in the courtroom, but also those of us who are watching your coverage, want to know, is bridge guy Richard Allen? Has the state been able to say?
Welcome, Cal. Good to see you tonight, hon. Thank you for joining us. I just saw your first comment just now, Cal. I don't know. There's been issues going on with YouTube for all week, so it could be a YouTube thing. Great to have you here, though, Cal. Thank you for joining us, hon. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I really appreciate you jumping in here to close out your Sunday night with us. That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, there's stuff going on with YouTube. I have no idea what it is, but I see you now. That's all that matters.
You know, in front of this jury, bridge guy is Richard Allen. And what are these witnesses that are testifying? What are they saying about the man that they saw?
I agree, Phil.
Yeah, Scott, we just completed day 4 of testimony. And other than opening statements, Richard Allen's name has not been uttered by either the prosecution or the defense. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But you asked about the people who saw Bridge Guy. We heard today testimony from 3 separate women who say that they are confident that they saw Bridge Guy either on the Monon High Bridge or walking on the path leading to the bridge in really the hour or so leading up to when investigators think the murders actually happened. So I can tell you that Riley Voorhees and Breanne Wilbur, 2 of the women who testified, they're women now. They were teenagers back when this happened. They were actually classmates at Delphi High School of the 2 victims. They testified they were out on the path together on the day of the murders, and they say that they saw who was later identified as Bridge Guy. We also heard from Betsy Blair. She's a woman who frequently in 2016 and 2017 said that she went to the trails around the Monon High Bridge and the Freedom Bridge to walk and get exercise, doing 3 loops from one bridge to the other several days a week. And she was on the trails on the day of the murders, and she says that she saw Bridge Guy, and they are confident. I want to show you some of the quotes, some of the things that they directly told the jury today. Riley said after she saw the image of Bridge Guy released by state police, she said, I can say with confidence, the person in the picture is the person that I saw out on the trail that day, actually closer to the Freedom Bridge, but not a long distance from the Monon High Bridge. Breanne Wilbur said, that is the person we passed on the trail, as she referenced the picture of Bridge Guy that the jury was seeing. And Betsy Blair said, I immediately knew when I saw that photo that was released by state police, that was the man I saw on the bridge. So,
and the weird thing is that neither one of these people, none of these people that have stated they saw Bridge Guy have pointed to, claimed to, even remotely tried to say that it's Richard Allen at this point. I'm wondering why. Maybe they're not supposed to. I just don't know. You know, if that's who I saw on the bridge that day and point to this man. Nobody's done that. It's weird to me. Now, maybe they're not supposed to do that. Maybe that's wrong. I would imagine they would, though. That's what I'm saying, Robert. Not any of these three witnesses have pointed to, claimed to, or said to that they believe that it's Richard Allen, and neither the defense or the prosecution has asked them that either. That's strange to me. At least that, not that I know of, they haven't. I haven't heard it. Yeah, exactly, PJ. That's a big problem, and it's you got to be really careful. So, Cap, let me see if I got your email, my friend. I think if it's about the JonBenet stuff, then yes, I did. If there was another one, no, I don't think so. But I did get the JonBenet stuff, Cap, and I appreciate it very much because we're going to be jumping into that too, guys. I'm going to actually go back. For those of you that didn't know, it's going to be a little while, but we're going to go back and we're going to reopen the JonBenet Ramsey situation from the beginning and go over the whole thing from the very beginning again here, coming up relatively soon. We're going to reapproach JonBenet Ramsey's case just because I want to. So anybody that's in for it, I hope you're here for it because it's going to be interesting. I'll say that much. So thank you again, Cap. I appreciate all your input on it for sure. I've never done JonBenet's case online here. So I think there's a lot of people that follow that case. I would really love to go into it. I mean, we're going to do a detailed deep dive with as much stuff as we can on it. So for anybody interested, I hope you're here for it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Cal. Eyewitnesses are not good, though. They have proven that, which I'm not defending any of this, but I'm just saying by what I have learned about. Oh, yeah. There's a saying that the eyewitness is the worst witness, too. We were talking about that last night, PJ. So, yeah. Oh, absolutely, SRB. I don't know how or why, but they haven't done anything with it yet. So we're going to be going into it for sure. Mr. James, welcome, my friend. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for being who you are, James. We appreciate you very much. PJ says I try to stay out of Delphi. It's a case people get really dedicated, angry. Yeah, they do. Just like Idaho, PJ. These two cases really get people like pissed off and upset and irritated. And we still need to cover it, so that we can figure out what is going on via the trial. So that's important. But yeah, everybody in this community, thank God, has the ability to control themselves and don't flip out at each other. And I love that about you guys. So that's why we can cover stuff like this. And hello to you, Miss Mom. How are you tonight?
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. I was getting lonely up here, but now you're here and I'm fine. So
yeah, we're not assholes over here.
No, you can. That's why I was saying anybody is welcome to have their absolute own opinion on something. Like I said, you can tell me you think aliens did it. You're not going to get judged or attacked for your feelings and opinion on that at all. Welcome, Leslie. Good to see you tonight, dear. So, I don't ever want anybody to feel afraid to speak what they feel or think or anything. I mean, I don't. Now, I will say this: I will not, and never ever will approve of or allow anybody to come here attacking any of the victims or their families. That's something we don't do. Opinions or not, but when it comes to what you think about the case or what you think could have happened or so on and so forth, you have every right to express exactly how you feel. And if anybody in here tries to tell you that you don't, just tell me about it, and I promise you'll never see that person again. So that's all I'm saying. How are you this evening, Mom?
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough in y'all's ear.
Okay. I hope you're having a good night, dear.
Yeah, I'm having a good night, I reckon. I
Wonderful.
took like an hour and a half long nap. Hi, Steven.
I wish I could get those naps in like that. Every time I start to doze off, something happens. So it happens.
Oh, I'd be sneaking them in.
Right. And exactly, Kel. Feelings can change as more info comes out with things. You have the right to change your mind about something. I've had people come at me. Well, you said this before. And I said, well, because I didn't realize that this is what it was. Well, that just means you're just a flip-flop or you're a fake. Blah, blah. Okay. How about a good day now? Walk along. I have every right to do whatever I want or feel whatever I want about any of these cases because we don't always have all the information. We never really have all the information. So when a new piece of information is brought out to us, then of course we have the right to say, wait a minute, maybe that isn't what I thought, I don't care where you go, guys. Don't let people tell you can't speak your mind or feel the way you do. That's wrong. Nobody has control of that but you. So that is all I'm saying. Exactly, Kel. We all respect everyone's opinions in here. Guys, think about something. I've said this before. Mom has said this too. If we all thought the same thing, how boring would that be? You know? And just because you're in my channel does not mean you have to think what I think. I promise you, I don't want that from anyone. So there's been a lot of channels there's been channels I've been booted from permanently, folks, because I have a different feeling about something that somebody else does. And I don't understand how people can do that. So just saying. Alicia says, please just know that debate on opinion is okay as long as it's done respectfully. That is 100% true. Thank you, Miss Alicia. Mom, Molly wants to know if you got all the bagoogers that she sent you.
I did see all the bagoogers. I just showed them to the old man. I love them. My favorite is the first one, the one that I said earlier was adorable, and his favorite is the one with ears. He said it's cute.
That's the one I like too. The one with the ears. She's a trip. She's really good at that. Welcome, Miss Charlotte. Good to see you tonight, dear. I hope you're having a great night, and I hope you didn't work too hard. So on we go. Again, Mom, thanks for joining me. I was getting a little lonely, but as always,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that seemed to be some very positive identification as far as these three witnesses, not necessarily saying that they saw Richard Allen, but saying that they saw Bridge Guy. However, there's a big problem here for the defense because of the next testimony that they gave, and that testimony came during cross-examination by Jennifer Auger, one of the defense attorneys for Richard Allen. And she really pounded away on the reports, the testimony that all three of these women gave in the days just after the murders took place, and how they described Bridge Guy at that time. And so I want to show you some of the things that they said. Those descriptions that were brought up in court today, they described Bridge Guy back then as, Riley said, a larger man. Another one of them said a tall man, and not short is what we heard from Betsy Blair. They described him, Bridge Guy, as someone in his 20s or 30s. And Riley Voorhees said early 20s or 30s. He was described as muscular. Betsy Blair said Bridge Guy was boyish and youthful in appearance. We also heard him describe Bridge Guy as someone with brown, poofy hair by these women who say that they passed him and they saw him on the trails on the days of the murder. Why is that such a big problem? Well, because those descriptions offered in court today by these three witnesses of Bridge Guy don't match the defendant sitting at the defense table, the man who is accused of these crimes. Richard Allen, by most accounts, would be described as short. He was in his mid-40s at the time that the murders took place, not particularly muscular, wouldn't describe him that way. So the problem there is you have state police who are going to be testifying to this jury that Bridge Guy is the guy who committed these murders. Then you've got the jury having to weigh that with these three witnesses that the jury just heard from saying, we saw Bridge Guy and he looked like this, this, and this, and the things they're describing do not match the man that jurors are.
That's what I've been saying, and that's what I've been struggling with. Okay. We got little Richard Allen, who was chubby, round per se, about 5'4", and then you got Bridge Guy. They don't match to me, folks. They haven't matched to me. I've looked at it I don't know how many different ways. I can't force myself to believe that that's Richard Allen. Okay. And state police are saying that that's the guy that committed these murders. It's so hard for me to say, okay, I just can't. I just can't. So again, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying that's what the facts are. I'm not saying that's what the truth is. I'm saying that's what I think, because because I can't make myself believe that man walking on that bridge that day is the same man that's sitting in that courtroom. I'm just saying. Yeah, Cal says, I think it's interesting that the sketches weren't allowed when we were shown those for years. I understand. I don't understand that either. Mom, do you have any thoughts on that by any means?
So the sketches, like I was saying last night, is you have to keep in mind that your worst witness is an eyewitness.
I just repeated that too. That's funny you said that, right?
So the sketches wouldn't be, in my opinion, and again, I'm not a lawyer by any means.
Right.
They wouldn't be admissible in court because, number one, they're all different. All of them are different.
Yeah, right.
So one person's perspective of what they saw is different than what somebody else's perspective of what they saw. And those sketches were done by a human being.
Right.
So sometimes we get sketches that are on point. Like, I'm ashamed of myself. I can't think of her name. The girl that was her life was brutally taken in the park. And it was the Hispanic man that killed her. And the sketch looked exactly Rachel Morin. I can't believe I just forgot her name.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I ain't been up long, y'all. I took a nap. So excuse my brain fart.
Fine. You're fine.
But the sketch of him damn near matched the sketch or the actual his person. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So without video evidence, those are not strong evidence. They're just sketches.
Of course.
So that could possibly be, and again, I'm not a fan of Judge Gull by any means, but that could possibly be why she didn't let those in, is they could have possibly confused the jury as to what they were actually looking at or who they were actually looking at. And then you get witnesses to come up on the stand or people that are testifying that are locals. And you got the jury looking at those people and being like, wait a minute.
Right.
This kind of looks like that third sketch that we saw. Could this be the person? And it can derail what either the defense or the prosecution, whatever you want to put it, is trying to try that trial. You don't want to try your witnesses or your people that are testifying. You want to try the person that's on trial, that the probable cause was put out for an indictment or whatever the case is.
Yeah, and like SRB just said, that the sketches, it did. That these sketches are more of a guide. They're not so much evidence per se.
Right.
And that's how it has to be looked at as. So that's a really good statement, SRB. And it makes a lot of sense. So,
Siggy, as far as I know, they haven't said who the person was that was caught on the trail cam. And how many years later, we just found out there was a trail cam.
Right. Why did we just find out 6 years into this 7 years into this case that there was a trail cam? Why was that not put out a long time ago? That's my question.
And how many of us were sitting here on lives or in chats or, before you may have even come to YouTube and was watching this case unfold and be like, there had to be some kind of a trail cam out there. This is a hunting area. Where the hell is the footage from that?
I've said it myself. I asked that question.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
There was a trail cam.
And you would imagine there would have been. I always wondered why they never said that there was, because there would have to be in a place like this.
Yeah, I understand, Doodle, the integrity of the case, but with all the leaks and everything, it just seems like somebody would have run their mouth, or before this all got locked down like Fort Knox.
Yeah,
we would have seen it in paperwork, like the van.
Right.
You had people that were on Reddit talking about the van. You had YouTubers talking about the van. You had text messages between the guy that found the girls and the girl's family describing what he saw. So if you were able to, I hate to put it like this, but if you were able to grab those text messages and screenshot those text messages before they got snatched down off the internet, then you already knew what the crime scene looked like before those photos got leaked or before the trial. And now we're hearing court reporters, if you will, talk about what they saw in those photos.
Right. And welcome, Sherry. And Doodle has probably right. There must be definitely something on that trail cam for them to really sit on that as hard as they did and not allow
Yeah.
for it to get out somehow. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking. There's something important on that trail cam for sure.
No, because my opinion, and this is my true crime brain, why wouldn't you come out and say, we have footage? You don't even have to say it's a trail cam.
Right.
They put out the video. They put out the what is it, like 11 seconds of the 43-second video? They put that out. Why wouldn't you just say, hey, we have footage? You don't have to say it's a trail cam. You don't have to say where it's from. You don't have to say, you don't have to put out any of that. We knew about the car. And I may have forgotten this. And if some of you am I choppy? Can y'all hear me? Okay. Because my internet sometimes freaks out. So I thought if I was choppy, I'd jump down and come back. But now we know, we knew where his car was allegedly, and I'm going to use that just for purpose of Dago's channel. We know where his car was allegedly parked at the CPS building. Well, now we know that there was footage of that. Like concrete. They're not rumors that you heard online or in a chat or anything like that. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I was getting ready to respond to what you said. Absolutely.
They said I was cutting in and out, so I was going to drop down and come back, but I think it's okay now. It might have been my internet panicking.
Yeah, that's possible too. It is possible too.
Oh no, now Doodle's stuck on top chat.
Oh, really? God dang it. That's so irritating to me. Beyond irritating.
It's very frustrating.
I'm sure it is. And it needs to stop. It's been long enough now. They've had plenty of time to fix these things. This is a $1 billion company here. That so irritating. I'm telling you, it really is. So, all right. Yeah, she says she's been stuck for at least 2 weeks. YouTube has been glitching their way away. They're doing some kind of a thing, PJ. They're fixing different things, and I think while they're fixing certain things, they're screwing other things up. So that is a good question. SRB asked, who brought up that jam? Was it the state or the defense?
I have to go back and look. I don't want to speak on memory. Hang on, let me see if I can find it.
I'm sure we'll come up with it when we get to that point. But
yeah, it we probably will run across it. I was gonna say I'd have to look it up.
Yep. No problem.
Just Debbie, it means like if you're on your phone or even if you're on a laptop or a computer, at the top of chat it says live chat or top chat. So when you're in top chat, you're only seeing people that type more than once. You have sometimes in communities, you have somebody that'll come in and just say, hey, y'all, I'm cleaning.
Right.
And once that scrolls up far enough that it's out of the chat range, then you can't see that person anymore. And it bothers me. And I'm sure Doodle and SRB and everybody else that's freaking stuck on top chat feels the same way. I like to let everybody know in chat that I see them. Hello, how you doing? Because before I had a channel, I was a chatter too. And that's the last feeling you want to have is, oh my God, are they mad at me? Can they not see me? Am I blocked? How come mom didn't say hi to me? You know what I mean? And so that's why I find it extremely freaking frustrating. Sorry, I didn't mean to come up here and just take over.
Oh my Lord. Come on now. Phil, I've been saying that. It's kind of where I'm at with it too. Phil says, my opinion has been and remains today that there were a group involved. I believe that as well. The souls were absconded elsewhere, and the bodies were staged in the early hours of the morning. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Same thing I've been thinking. That's what my theory is. I could be completely wrong, but that's truly what I feel. So thank you, Captain Jenks, so very much for that super chat with the smiley face. That's awesome. I love it, sir. I appreciate the support so very much. Thank you again, by the way, to anybody that has donated also to the channel via these links down here. That is so very much appreciated as well. We never expect any of it, folks, but God knows we appreciate it so much. It helps to keep our channel running. So thank you from the heart so very much for that, all of you. Again, Cap, that's amazing. Thank you, brother. Where are we at? I hope nobody feels ignored in here. I don't want anybody ever to feel that way in here. So if you feel that way, yell at me right away and tell me, and I will not. I'll make sure that you're not. Let me see. Miss Pebbles in the house. Good to see you tonight, dear. Thank you for joining us. Well, this is a complete recap, Pebbles, on the trial, so you're not far behind. We're only on day 4, sorry. And you're not missing out on anything. You have questions you can ask, we will answer. I love having you here. Appreciate you very much for being here. Thank you so much. I hope you don't feel ignored, Miss PJ. Don't ever feel that way, anybody. Please, please, doodle hush your mouth. You definitely know that. PJ asked, so Dago and Mom, do you think it will be a hung? I do. I personally think this is going to end up in a hung jury. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just what I think is going to happen. That's me personally. And Mom, any thoughts, or are you whatever? What do you think about that question?
I'm so torn right now. Like, I seriously am really torn because, like I said last night, I feel like he had a part of it, but I don't feel like he did this by himself.
Right.
And what bothers me is when he was initially charged with kidnapping.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, a murder charge is thrown in there. So, did they know that somebody else was involved and they just weren't able to pin that person? Or was it the fact that that person died? So now they couldn't charge that person. So since he was the sole one left that they're able to charge, they charged him with murder. Does that make sense? And I can't help but wonder, is the jury gonna find out that? Like, are they gonna get that piece? Are they gonna get that piece of the puzzle that this man originally was charged with kidnapping the girls? That led to their demise? Isn't that the way it was worded? Do you remember exactly? I have it somewhere. Because that was before it all got locked down like Fort Knox.
I would think, sorry, I was muted and talking away. I would think they would have to get that piece. I have it somewhere too. I can't remember. It's been so long, but I have a feeling I think they will. They'll get that part of it. But I do think it's going to be a hung jury. I really do. Welcome, Rowena. Good to see you tonight, dear.
I just want to see justice for these girls. And
absolutely,
from what I've seen from the state's case and all the hype and you're going to see what we've got. Just wait, the day's going to come and you're going to see where the hell's what y'all got that we didn't see other than the fact that we found out there was a trail cam.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything else has been leaked. Everything else has been talked about.
Right.
So what the hell did they have? Because did I miss the punch? And I've been, getting off work and reading hours and hours and hours of court, people that are sitting in court and notes and
right.
And I've yet to see anything other than we had a trail cam and the guy with the camera.
Yeah. Right.
Where the hell's the bombshell? Where is the bombshell? Like, what did I miss the ball dropping? Did somebody else hear it?
It might come this week, Mom. You know what I mean?
I mean, and and one other, the hair that was wrapped around her pinky finger ended up being Kelsey's. Okay. Y'all tested one freaking hair out of 74, and
Mhm.
you waited till 2 weeks before the trial to do that?
Right. Yeah. Hold on, Mom. Charlotte, the sentencing for Sarah is December 21st at 1:30, I believe it is 1:30 p.m. and Leilani's is November 21st, I think, at 9:30. I think I got that this morning. But no, it's not anytime this week. Yeah, I think I just found out Leilani's this morning is going to be November. I think it's November 21st. I'm sorry, December 2nd. That's right. Thank you, Alicia. December 2nd for Sarah. And that's at 1:30 p.m. And I'll have that going here too. And then Leilani's is November 21st, right? Which again, I'll have that going too for sure. I have to watch both of those because I need to see their reactions just to hoping to get some form of satisfaction out of it. I know it sounds ridiculous, but yes, Siggy. Anyway, sorry, Mom. I did not mean to cut you off.
You didn't cut me off. Yeah, I was on a rant, so no, you're fine. You do your thing. No, you didn't cut me off at all. I was on a whole ass rant about
It's all right.
that. It was all gassed up, and I mean, it was. Think about it. You guys probably watched the same press conference as I did. The same interviews that I watched while we were sitting there waiting. I even made a video. Today's the day. Is today the day?
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like that. Not only the community, the community here, the true crime community, and their families are kind of freaking robbed. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's kind of how I feel. Is like you guys had this big lead up and then left us hanging.
of course.
Where the hell is the rest of your evidence? Where is the concrete evidence that this man committed this horrible crime?
That's where my problem has been this whole time with this. They don't have it. At least they have it. They haven't showed it yet. My question is why. I don't understand it, and I'm really confused by it. I'll just put it that way.
No, Leslie, there was over 70 hairs that were found at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who Tom is, but he needs
Charlotte.
to go back and read his court notes because I've heard it several times. It was 73 hairs, 75, 73, 75, 70 some odd hairs that were found at the scene. And one freaking hair was tested.
Right. It's okay to hear things wrong, guys. It happens all the time. No big deal. Yeah, that's strange to me too. I will say one thing. If Leilani gets sentenced on the 21st, that's a hell. My birthday's the 23rd of this month. That is a hell of a birthday present for me, especially if she gets what I expect. So I'm hoping for that. Back to what we're doing. I know that's off subject, but I just wanted to say that. Yes, Pebbles, there's too many cases going at one time. All right, Mom. Thank you for your input. I really appreciate hearing what you have to say and what you think on this for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me up. Like, I'm really passionate about this whole thing. Like I said, I was very, very close to this case before it became a hot trend on YouTube. And, I'm from a small town, and originally from a small town. And this is kind of my area, country folk, small town, small town corruption, the whole 9 yards. And,
yep, absolutely.
It just, I don't know. The whole thing just bothers me. The whole thing bothers me to no end. And I really have a deep, dark gut feeling that we're not going to get justice for these girls. And even if he's found guilty, are we still getting justice? Do they have everybody they have? Because I don't think they.
Idaho State Police even said that they believe there was multiple people involved in this. Okay. That being said, where's everybody else at? That's my question. There has not been anybody else brought into custody. Why? Okay. If this was a group of people, which is what I think it is, okay, why do they have one person in custody? Did I say Indiana or Idaho? Indiana State Police. That's what I was trying to say. If I didn't,
Right.
sorry.
And where's the ass hat? You know, and I'm not going to use any names. You guys have followed this case. You know who I'm talking about. Where's the ass hat that said he spit on the girls? Why the hell didn't he get drugged to court?
Nobody understands that. Nobody understands that. I don't care if you say his name. It don't bother to me, and I'd have no problem with it.
You know, where is he at?
Right.
Where the hell is he at? Where's the one that we all side-eyed? And when he found out he was being side-eyed, he wanted to get, you know, some big old giant huevos and go on to his little video. I think it was TikTok. It might have been Facebook Live, but I think it was a TikTok. And, you know, post all this freaking screwed up shit, to put it nicely.
Well, why did they bury
and then
so
go
much
through your Facebook and delete all the stuff?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you just said. And why did they bury shit for 6 years on this instead of dealing with it? Why did you hide things? I don't understand that either. That makes no sense. If there's no corruption involved in this, okay, and I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole, folks. I'm just saying, if it's to be believed that there was no corruption, and I'm okay with that there's not, but why did you bury important shit in this case for 6 years? Why did you bury the doctor, not the doctor, he is a doctor, like the professor? Why was he hidden away and not talked about, and it's so hard to find, and all of these things, these little things, guys, like I've been telling you for a couple of days now, all the small things. Why was all this stuff buried? Just saying. I'm just saying. And yes, I do believe the FBI did claim that they believed that the bodies were staged.
Yeah, they're saying that for sure that they may have been moved.
Right.
And think about it, you know, and again, not trying to take over, but my mind is going a million miles an hour.
You don't ever have to apologize. That's why you're here, Mom.
We have shoes, we have clothes that were in the water. Why? Why were there clothes in the water?
Yep.
We have lack of blood. Was she taken to the water and cleaned and brought back up there?
Right.
I mean, if you guys do these, if you follow these cases, if you look into these cases, if you research these cases, that is what some of these sick fucks do.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Is clean the body, redress them, put makeup on them, you know, and I'm not being out of pocket and disrespectful by any means. I'm just putting my brain thoughts out there.
No, you're not being, you're absolutely right. And again, listen, I still feel that this was possibly some form of a, let me say this without being offensive, but some form of a ritual type thing. Okay. Going along with a ritual based murder. Why? That's part of what happens. They do washings and cleanings and cleansings and all sorts of strange things, folks. I'm telling you, this to me is a group of people involving water, involving certain other situations that did certain things because it's a ritualistic style situation. And I'll always believe that. I will always believe that. I don't care what the hell happens in the end of this case. If they say it was this, that, and everything else, and this, that it had nothing to do with any of that. And I'm not saying it has to be Odinistic based. Okay. I'm not saying that I believe that that's absolutely what it is. I'm saying this is a ritualistic killing. Flats out, period, end of story. That's my belief. And you ain't going to make me believe any different, folks. You're just not. Okay. I don't believe in coincidence when it comes to this kind of stuff. Okay. There's no way in hell. Sorry. This was a ritualistic killing. There's no two ways about it as far as I'm concerned. And I will argue with you till I turn purple. I'll be respectful, but I'm going to argue with you. Okay. It absolutely was to me. So one person, okay? One person typically does not perform a ritualistic killing. Not typically. It does happen, but not typically, okay? I believe truly this is a handful of people, if not more, that did this for a specific reason, and which is why it's ritualistic, and that's why all these other little things were involved in the situation. I do believe they were taken somewhere else. They were killed somewhere else for that reason, brought back to this area for a different reason, staged for a different reason, and all the other stuff that happened was for a specific reason. That is my opinion. Allegedly. And nobody has to agree with me. I still love you.
Yeah, and I mean, and
Go ahead.
if you look at the Odin, I don't know if there's a term. Is it Odinism? Is that the correct term? Because I know there was a big thing, like a person that actually does the research.
Yes, it's
professional
Odinism.
that came out and she corrected how it was being pronounced.
Right, it's Odinism.
So if you look at history and look at the namesake of the city of Delphi, look at the real Delphi, the old Delphi across the pond. You know, I'm not talking about here in Indiana. I'm talking about the original Delphi.
Right, I know what you're talking about.
You know, Norse mythology, and that was part of their history. So Odinism is not something that's new to Indiana. If you look back, that's something that's deep rooted in that state. But they're also they're not violent people. They're very earthy and bound to the earth and energy. And I mean, I'm sure you have your weirdos in any group of anything. You have your people that branch off and say, "Oh, well, this is what it was deciphered as. This is what it was supposed to mean." So you're always going to have your different aspects.
Right. And I also believe that somebody took an Odinistic ritual and turned it into their own thing. That's always been
right.
my...
That's what I was trying to get out. Thank you.
Yeah. That's always been my my theory on this. After I looked into it, I did 2 shows and showed what Odinism truly was, the pagan basis behind everything. Everything we looked at, I looked at the runic letterings and all what they stand for. We showed all that stuff in here, so on and so forth. And I said some idiot or idiots took the basis behind this and made their own thing out of it. And there's talk of the heathenry and all that other stuff. This is definitely not what true Odinism was, folks. Not even close. Okay. They're not violent. They're not anything like this kind of stuff. Okay. And that's why I do truly believe that's what happened, was that they took a base of Odinism and they turned it darkly into something very nasty and did this with it. Okay. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I feel. And again, I don't want anybody to be upset with me. It's just my feelings and my opinion only. I could be absolutely wrong and I'll be okay with that. And I'll say, I was wrong. But if I'm right, I feel that I really am, guys. I really feel I am. If I'm right, then I'm right. That's all there is to it, and there's a lot of other people I think that feel the same way that I do about that. There were people that came in here into this chat that I know for a fact that follow the Odinistic religion. And they're just like, this is definitely not Odinism. This is disgusting. This is not anything like what we follow or do or anything. Of course not. These are disgusting people. And stupid people, in my opinion, which is why they used it like they did, So, Phil says, okay, motive. Brad was Abby's boyfriend's father. He claimed he had never met her, which was a lie, and I knew that too. Then it was once, then twice, then a few times. Please correct me. The same guy owns the land. Correct me. No. That part's different. Brad, you're talking about BH, Brad Holder. His son was the boyfriend, yes, and he lied about meeting her. I know he did. I think everybody does, but he didn't own the land. Ron Logan owned the land they were found on, and then also when Tomboy, I'm surprised she's not here tonight, but the neighbor, what the hell was his name? The one that drove the white van that we just found out about. Anyway, we'll get back to him here shortly, but yeah. Ron Logan is the one that owned the land, Phil, that passed on. where they found the bodies was on his property, but he's passed away now. So, and he was a suspect in the early days of the case, of course. And I almost feel like, in some senses, you guys, I know this sounds stupid to say this, but it's like they bounced right through how many people. Well, maybe it's this one, maybe it's that one, maybe it's this one, which is normal to do in a criminal case. I understand that, but when somebody literally comes out, this has always been a problem for me. When somebody right in your face to an investigator comes out, that's it, Weber. Thank you, SRB. Comes out and says, "Well, what if I said I spit on one of them?" What? And you don't do nothing with that? Why? That makes no sense. Okay, and that guy's another idiot, the one that said that. So I just don't know. Yeah, Ron Logan was definitely taller than Richard Allen. That's a fact. A lot of people believe that Ron Logan was the one that was on the bridge. It's Bridge Guy, okay? There's a lot of people that believe that Brad Holder is Bridge Guy. As well as somebody else. So I can't like testify solidly to any of that. I'm just saying. BF's dad is an acquaintance of Van Guy. I think so. Phil. You know what, Sherry? I don't know. I missed some of this stuff back before, but I didn't get a chance to like really look into that part of that. But still, to say something, and then there were other conversations had from like girlfriends of some of these people that said, "Hey, this happened, that happened," and it matches up with this. Do you see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I got to question all that. That's all I'm saying. That in itself right there is what I have a strong belief within, Kel, is that somebody wanted to cause confusion and distraction within this case. I can't tell you who, because I don't know who, but I think it was done purposely in some senses, that there was confusion created for whatever reasons, okay? Because there didn't have to be. This could have been a lot more cut and dry than it was, and it wasn't. And we have 3 investigators that stuck to a notion they had and investigated that notion throughout this entire thing. Okay, one of them ends up dead, which is weird to me, but it happened. And I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of what the hell is going on in this case. So, Ron Logan, Sherry. Or no, I see what you're saying now. I'm sorry. Do I think it's Ron Logan? There's somebody that swears up and down that he is one of his ex-girlfriends, but that's because she had a bad relationship with him. So, of course, she's going to make statements like that, in my opinion. But I don't know. I can't tell you who Bridge Guy is. Truly, guys, I'm not confident in telling you who I think it is. There's too many people it could be. There's one person I definitely don't think it is, though. In my opinion, allegedly. And that's the guy that's sitting there on trial for this right now. I think he's too short to be Bridge Guy. Truly. I do not believe it's him. And I haven't from the moment that he was arrested, truly. I mean, it could be nobody. It could be. So, are you still here, Mom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. You know how every time you get super quiet, I just gotta
No,
check.
I'm here. Tater messaged me. I'm still here though. I'm listening. I got you in my ear.
You're good. You're good. That right, Sherry. A lot of people dress that way.
Hell, I dress that way at home.
I do. I do too.
I mean, you know, I literally had a Carhartt jacket up until I moved to Florida, and a girl that was back home that didn't have a warm jacket, I ended up giving it to her. Like all of my kids, like I mean, that's normal to have blue jeans, a Carhartt jacket. Hell, I got blue jeans and a t-shirt on now. That's just that's how you dress. You know, my boots are sitting over here beside me.
A lot of us dress that way. I have 2 of those jackets.
You know, just like here in Florida, it's common, even though now it's getting cooler at night. It's common if I was to leave my house right now and go to 7-Eleven, there's going to be somebody in shorts and flip-flops. And then you're going to have somebody dressed like me in jeans and flip-flops.
I have 4 hats like that. 4 of those hats. I could go dress myself right now, come back and look just like Bridge Guy with no problem,
Mhm.
folks. Other than
Yep.
my height, I think I'm a little short. I'm a little tall. I'm taller than Alan, but I'm a little bit shorter than what I think Bridge Guy's height is. So Phil again, I think BF Daddy is involved in the essay and soul taking. I think he acted inappropriately with Abby and tried to keep her quiet. BF Daddy.
Boyfriend's daddy.
Oh, yes.
The guy we've been side-eyeing from
Yeah,
for what,
absolutely.
2.5, 3 years now,
Right.
if not longer, but like mainly like side-eyeing his ass to the point where he went through his Facebook and deleted stuff. But if you're listening, bub, just because you deleted it, don't mean it's gone, because some of us still have it.
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Saying.
We got it real quick, my friend. Real quick. As soon as that stuff was found, it was taken right fast. So you can delete whatever you want, but it's still here. That's all I'm saying.
Just know if you use Instagram and you murder your wife, I probably went to your Instagram and hit the little button that not many people know about and downloaded every freaking photo on your shit before you deleted it.
Is a very good possibility for sure. Yeah, and that's another thing. It was a strangely warm day in February. Why was Bridge Guy bundled up like that? Just saying. Good point, Cap. Thank you again.
See, this is why I love you guys. All the different opinions, everybody's input, think tank. We will conquer the world.
Thank you, nobody. I didn't know that. It's nice to know, though. That's wild, too. Moving on. These are all amazing statements. I love your guys' input, and I like how interactive you guys are. This is what I want to do with this. I love this. So thank you guys for everybody, what you're doing. Brutally honest, wonderful to see you tonight again, dear. And I'm grateful to have you here. I'm glad you're doing okay after the bad storms we've had. So, right. There's people that dress like that way all the time, PJ. It's crazy. So I get it. 5'4". Yes. Just a little thing. So just saying. On we go. On we go.
Looking at throughout this trial and who's accused of this crime. So that is potentially a big misstep by the state today. And actually, by putting these witnesses on the stand, there was another potential misstep that came up today, and that is the state successfully they argued to try to get the sketches of the suspect that were released immediately after the murders. The state does not want the jury to see those sketches because they say it could confuse the jury. Well, today on the stand, while the state had one of the witnesses there, Betsy, brought up these sketches and talked about the fact that the description that she offered, Betsy Blair said the reason that she was giving these descriptions was to state police investigators to help them create the sketches. At that point, Brad Rosie, one of the defense attorneys, his eyes lit up. They got real wide, and he looked over at the other defense counsel. And at the end of the hearing, he mentioned to the judge, he said, look, now this has come up in court. This has been part of the testimony brought on by one of the state's witnesses about these sketches. And he said to the judge, this is something we are going to want to revisit. So by putting Betsy Blair on the stand and having her bring up these sketches, that opens the door for evidence to be introduced that the state does not want to be introduced. So again, I think the evidence from these 3 witnesses on the trails who say that they saw Bridge Guy on the day of the murder, this isn't going to be the last time we hear, especially from the defense, about the testimony that they gave today, Scott.
It's so interesting. As you were talking, we did put up both of those sketches, so our viewers got a chance to see how different these 2 sketches look like that state police put out. Let me ask you about Richard Allen. While he was hearing this testimony from these 3 witnesses, what, if any, reaction did Richard Allen have as he was listening to these witnesses and hearing this testimony discussed?
Let's be totally transparent. So there are some days, Scott, where 13 News has one of 12 media passes to be in the courtroom. And on those days, I'm able to sit right in the first row, often in a seat that's right behind Richard Allen, maybe 10 feet away from him. So I get a really good view of him. Today, I didn't have one of those passes. My producer, Susan Batt, was actually in line outside the courthouse at 12:30 this morning to secure a seat to make sure that we could be somewhere in the courtroom today and to make sure that we could get a seat. So I was seated further back. I did not have as close a view of Richard Allen today. I can tell you throughout the trial, though, he has been taking notes frequently. He's also been talking with his defense counsel a fair amount, but as far as his exact reaction during the testimony this afternoon, I did not have a chance to see that.
Okay, Bob, thanks so much for answering that. That gives our viewers, I think, also an idea of the steps that our TV station is taking every day to make sure that we have representation inside to watch court and to do what you and Emily have been doing over these first 4 days. So we appreciate the whole team and their effort to make sure that we're in there. So let me talk about the pictures of the evidence that was collected at the scene. You know, we saw a lot of that yesterday in terms of inside the court.
Yes.
Did we get more information about that evidence today?
We did not necessarily get more information about the evidence, but the jury did hear some really interesting details about how that evidence is collected. The state wants to really paint a picture for the jury that investigators that were out at the crime scene were very thorough and methodical in how they did their job. So today we heard more testimony from one of the witnesses who testified late yesterday afternoon, Brian Olahai. He is a crime scene investigator who was kind of in charge of the crime scene right after the girls were found murdered. He testified in this morning to explain how all of the evidence was collected. And the jury actually got to see, let me see here, it was 49 different bags, some of them very small, some of them big bags. These were bags that contained the evidence that they collected both at the crime scene in an area called Ground Zero, right around where the girls' bodies were found, as well as evidence that was collected during the autopsies performed on Abby and Libby. Those were performed at a hospital in Terre Haute. And he showed these bags, and they contain clothes and shoes, swabs of blood. Libby's cell phone was in one of the bags. The bullet cartridge that is going to play a major role in this trial that was found between the girls' bodies, that was in one of the bags. There were fibers collected from the girls' fingernails. That's some of the types of evidence that was collected at the crime scene. And by showing these bags to the jury, they were trying to explain how all of this evidence was collected, that it was very secure. I thought it was interesting. I personally was interested in seeing the evidence inside the bags. I'm guessing maybe some of the jurors were interested in seeing that as well. We did get to see photographs of that evidence yesterday. Today, it was just the brown paper bags. They were labeled and it had the chain of custody on there. Again, it was really the state's way of trying to help the jurors understand the great lengths that crime scene investigators go to secure evidence and to make sure that it is safe and that the integrity of the evidence is maintained in case it needs to be tested, in case it needs to come up at a later time as evidence that needs to be looked at more closely for a trial like this.
Hey, yeah, it's good that you're talking to our viewers about that chain of custody. While you were talking, we did see some video of the river that was near what the authorities are calling, Ground Zero, where the bodies were found. I'm interested in hearing from you about the clothing that was gathered at Ground Zero and the fact that one of the girls not wearing any clothes, the other girl wearing the other girl's clothes. Is that what was found and talked about during the trial today?
Yeah, we did hear about how Abby Williams was wearing Libby German's sweatshirt and pants. And there was an interesting question that was submitted by one of the jurors asking the crime scene investigators, was the ground under Abby Williams, did it appear that there was a disturbance there, or that the leaves had been brushed away to suggest that perhaps that switch of clothing might have taken place right there at the crime scene by whoever might have committed the murders? We were told by the investigators it did not appear that there was a disturbance like that. So I thought that that was really interesting. Scott, you mentioned about just how much evidence has been collected, and that means that these jurors, I don't know how else to put it. I mean, there's the risk that they're being overwhelmed with exhibits, because every single one of the photographs, every one of the reports, the CVs, the resumes of each of the experts going up to talk to the jurors. There's so much evidence, and every bit of it is pretty much entered as exhibits that the jury can refer to later. And so they are just collecting one piece after another, all these exhibits that are, they call it being published. By publishing it, it's accepted by the court, and then it's published, and it goes into a binder, a folder that these jurors can refer back to over and over again throughout the trial. They're not allowed to take any of those exhibits out of the courtroom with them. They all have to stay in the court every day at the end of the day when they leave the court, but then it's there waiting for them when they come back, and it will be available to them in their deliberations. And speaking of exhibits, today there was an interesting development in this case that didn't happen here in Delphi. It actually happened a couple hours away over in Fort Wayne. If you recall, over the summer, there were some pretrial hearings, and there was tons of exhibits that was entered during those hearings. The judge basically had told us we requested to see those exhibits, and the judge said, no, I'm not going to let you see them until after the trial's over. We pushed back, and the judge finally allowed access to those. That was today over in Fort Wayne, and our Emily Longnecker went to Fort Wayne, went to the Allen County Courthouse to look through all these exhibits, and I'd like to check in right now with Emily to find out what was actually in those exhibits. Emily?
Yeah, Bob, during those pretrial hearings in July and August, we saw both the state and the defense enter into the record lots of exhibits. And today we got a chance to look at some of those exhibits. They were here in Allen County. We were not allowed to video any of them or take pictures. All we had, like during the trial, our paper and our pen to copy down, in some cases word for word, exactly what we were seeing. The most notable pretrial exhibit today came from the state. It showed a form the state says Richard Allen filled out requesting an interview with the Westville prison warden, John Gallipo. Now, that form was dated March 5th, 2023. On it, 2 sentences the state says Richard Allen wrote, quote, "I am ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry." Now, you'll remember that the defense has pushed back on 60 plus alleged confessions that the state says Allen has made during his time in prison.
Welcome,
the
Cheryl.
defense has said that Allen made those alleged confessions during mental duress caused by the solitary confinement conditions that he was living in. Judge Gall ruled in late August after those pretrial hearings that the jury would be able to hear those alleged confessions during trial. So we do expect that this paper that we saw today here from the pretrial exhibits, that the jury will likely see that. And we looked at several other exhibits. There were thousands and thousands of pages. We couldn't get through them all, but we spent a good part of the day going through them. Here's what we did not see, which we heard about during the pretrial hearings, and we thought we might see them today when we got to view these exhibits, but we did not see them. We did not see autopsy reports for Abby Williams and Libby German. We did not see emails from Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter with updates. They included updates to the FBI in the early days of the investigation. We did not see those emails that were talked about during the pretrial hearings. We also didn't see a report from Steve Mullins, an investigator for the state who was Delphi's police chief at the time of the murders. We learned in pretrial hearings that that report detailed interactions that Mullins had with a possible suspect. Now, at the time, the state objected to that report being entered into the record, but it was entered noting their objection. We also saw several exhibits
Good night, Stormy.
dealing with Odinism, a Norse pagan religion. The defense has said that they believe that Abby and Libby were killed in a ritualistic killing as part of an Odinistic ritual killing, and they have deposed several people that they believe are potential suspects that could have been involved. We read through some of those depositions today. Again, hundreds and hundreds of pages. We could not get through them all. Now, keep in mind that Judge Gull has ruled that the jury will not get a chance to hear about that defense theory or hear about those alternate suspects. That ruling came out also in August. But again, I think the most notable exhibit that we saw today was that piece of paper that the state says Richard Allen signed to the prison warden, saying that he was ready to confess to the killing
I have, Phil.
of Abby and
I
Libby
absolutely have.
and apologize to their families. Bob?
Thanks a lot, Emily. So we should point out Judge Gull has ruled that the Odinism information and the evidence and the witnesses surrounding that as far as a third-party perpetrator, that the jury would not be able to hear that, but the defense will get another chance during the trial to try to convince the judge to allow them to present that to the jury in what's called an offer of proof. So that is still yet to come. Scott, you had mentioned earlier, what has the jury heard so far about Richard Allen? Well, you know, the jury heard during opening statements, the state say that that is the individual who is responsible for the deaths of Abby and Libby. Since then, through 4 days of testimony, not a word about Richard Allen, and that's not by mistake. You know, they are trying to lay the groundwork.
That is absolutely true, brutally. I saw it too. And you know, I gotta wonder why does the judge refuse or why is she refusing to allow the Odinism stuff to be admitted as a defense? I just don't get that. And she's very adamant about it. Okay, that says something by itself to me. That's crazy to me. So I'm just saying, there's something wrong with that. They should be able to use whatever defense they need to use to defend this man. That's their job, you know? So I'm still trying to make sense out of that. Just saying.
Separation of court and religion?
I mean, possibly, sure. But if this is their defense, you got to be able to make, I don't know.
I don't know. I was just being a smart ass, to be honest. I don't know.
I mean,
like I said, I don't know.
You could be right.
Does. I am proud of myself, though, about the sketches, though. That's what I was thinking in my non-professional, non-lawyer mind, that they weren't admitted because they don't want to confuse the jury. And like I said, you don't want a potential witness to be on the stand and the jury side-eyeing them going, wait a minute.
Right.
That looks like the sketch. You know, and something else I was thinking about, you know, when I first heard about this and actually started listening to details of the case and stuff, and I tell you what went to my mind, and I'm not caught bashing by any means. You guys know that Mr. Steve, True Crime Web, is a very, very good friend of mine.
Of course.
There are other law enforcement that I absolutely love and would have in my life too. But how many people, and just curiosity, how many people looked at this case and said, oh shit, an official's kid, a law enforcement officer, somebody did this, and they're going to pin it on whoever they can.
I said the same thing. Yes, I agree. That was in the
And again,
beginning.
that's just true crime brain churning, but
It's facts, though. And like Sherry just said, Judge Gall has tied the defense's hands from the very beginning to right now in many, many ways. Okay. Many, many, many ways. She has held their hands behind their back so they can't do certain things. And you got to ask that question, why?
and think about before she sealed the case down, was it, I might be wrong on this, but wasn't it like a 60 page? Was it 60
Yeah.
pages, or am I thinking of Maddie's case? It was 60, however many pages it was. There was a document that was brought out by the defense, and it had people's names in there, like full on, like people's names, and with the Odinism and the whole theory, and
Right.
you know. So I wonder if that's what it was. I wonder if, you know, sorry for my terminology, but she felt like somebody stepped on her balls and was like, "Oh yeah, watch this, hold my beer. I bet you don't bring it up in court."
That's a huge possibility too, Mom.
Sorry, y'all. I've had a nap, so I'm a little fiery.
No, I love it. That's fine. PJ said, "What if the details of the case that we think we know are wrong because we have seen things on social media and people always believe social media, not facts?" Anything is possible, PJ. You know, I look at everything with the dual answers in mind. I don't just take it all for being factual, you know, but I have it there to refer back to if I need to. That's why I'm this is important to me here, because we're getting the most fact-based information we can get at this point. So, but that's a very good point, PJ. It is. Phil says, "When did you decide that this was Rick Allen and a single culprit crime?" When we arrested Rick Allen. Well, I don't know.
But he also, if you're talking about law enforcement, he also said in an interview that they were confident that they had Bridge Guy, but they would not stop looking until this is resolved.
Right.
So that
is
an open-ended answer. Like, in my opinion, and again, not a professional by any means, in my opinion, that's open-ended. That left him, that's a CYA. That is a cover your ass. That is a, oh, well,
right.
We're pretty sure we got the right guy, but just know and believe that if we don't, we're not going to give up, even though I'm going to retire. And I added that last part.
I get it. I just don't understand why this judge, I mean, it was even taken to the Supreme Court to try to have her recused from this, and why she's fighting so hard and has fought so hard to stay a part of this. You know?
And that's something else that, while I'm on a freaking my soapbox here, why the hell were we able to see the Supreme Court hearing through the full hearing, and we're not allowed to see what's going on in this courtroom? That pisses me off more than anything. This is the United States, and transparency was something that was written by the forefathers of this country. And that is one thing that I just absolutely irks my ass about her, is that is our God-given right as United States citizens to have transparency in the justice system. And that's what keeps our justice system transparent and for the people, by the people. And I feel like she has literally cut the people out because of her freaking ego. But that's just my opinion.
It seems like a power play. It definitely seems like a power play to me, but that's just my own personal opinion. And that's, yeah, she had no control over that hearing, Phil says, which is a good point. You know, I think she wants to control, but that goes back to my initial question. Why? Why does she need to have so much control over this specific case?
Because she knows that the whole country, well, hell, the whole world, let me back that up. The whole world is watching her. There's a hashtag, all eyes on Delphi. And I believe that is like the most truest hashtag, other than justice for Abby and Libby, that I've seen trend with this with this trial, with this case, with this whole thing, is the fact that all eyes are on this case all over the world. I mean, how many people in this chat are not in here in the United States? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a case that has enthralled everybody. We all want to see justice, no matter where you are in this world, where you are sitting on this rock watching this case. And she stole that right from us to be able to see what's being said and heard, and caused a pissing match on who's going to get in. And you know, now, just on a whole different rant, you got people that are out there sleeping in this cold ass weather in fold out chairs. I call them fishing chairs, waiting to get in the courthouse. You have people that are sitting in those chairs so other people can sleep and then come in and they're holding their spots. Now there's a petition to sign up to be a placeholder, to go out there and freeze your ass off all night long so somebody can get in there for the people to be able to hear what we should be able to see. And I'll really show you this time, I promise.
No, you're fine. Kathy was even giving up some of their family seats inside the courtroom so that certain people could get in there to be able to bring this information to the world, you know? That's a good question, Leslie, because that's been brought to my attention more than once already. I have been asked multiple times if I thought that Judge Gall had some relation to an Odinistic community. Yes and no is my answer. And it's a possibility. And that could explain some things. Or, and it's not her personally, but she could be related to somebody that is. And that's another side that you could look at with this. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm saying it is a possibility. Anything is a possibility. Nothing would surprise me at this point, to be honest with you guys. Truly, it wouldn't. So there's my answer to that. Moonlit, welcome, good dear. She says, I think so. She looks like a witch. If she acts like one, I don't know about looking like one, but she definitely acts like one. I just don't like the power plays that she does with this. You can be a judge and be in control of the case that you have without acting like she's been acting about it. If she doesn't get her absolute way with this, she throws holy hell fits and puts everybody through bullshit that doesn't need to be. So, it's possible too, Siggy. Nothing is going to surprise me with this. I try to avoid the conspiracy stuff in any way, shape, or form that I can. I really try to stay away from thoughts like that. But in a lot of senses, they don't allow for it because of the things they do. Right. Exactly, Leslie. Exactly.
Systematically working their way up for the jury to help them understand the crime scene, the evidence that was collected, the terrain, the geography, and then moving their way into people who are at the scene, who can identify bridge guy, that we heard that today. And so we expect in the next several days, we will transition from the general details about the crime scene and bridge guy to the state trying to help the jury to understand why they believe that Richard Cullen is bridge guy and why he is responsible. And you just heard Emily talking about these confessions. That's going to be coming up as well, and we expect that is going to be a central part of this trial. So lots more evidence the state will present coming up this week. We are back tomorrow in the front row. We do have a media pass to be able to bring you coverage as we have during every day of the trial. And our intent is to be inside the courtroom during every day of the trial to bring you continuing coverage. So, Scott, for now, I'm going to send it back to you. The sun has set here in Delphi. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Court is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. for day 5.
All right, Bob, you and the team are doing an outstanding job bringing viewers into the courtroom and laying out what you're hearing as we go into day 5 on Wednesday. Thanks so much. We're going to be breaking down the Delphi murders trial every weeknight at 10 o'clock right here on WTHR+. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including
All right, let me move on to the next clip, guys. Give me 1 second here.
Kelko, we replace ours at Goodwill. Believe it or not, we found him a I think it's Coleman. I think it's a Coleman chair. I paid like $8 for it, but that is the best place to replace your fishing chair.
Hey, Krakow. We have one of those too. It's got a little table that folds up on the side. It's Coleman. It's got a holder and all that. It's a nice chair.
Yeah, he's got, if you guys have ever seen any of my videos of him, he's a big guy. So he has one of the big boy chairs. It's wider. It's like twice the size of mine. And I do steal his on occasion because it's comfy.
Absolutely.
It is day 5 of the Delphi murders trial. Today, we heard from a witness on the scene, the doctor who performed the autopsies on Abby Williams and Libby German, and key testimony about Libby's cell phone. Thanks for inviting us in. This is our Delphi debrief on WTHR Plus. In a moment, our legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will be breaking down the developments for you. But first, senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker spent today in court in Delphi. Bob and Emily, this was a really intense day all the way around, wasn't it?
It was, Scott, and we had another literal front row seat to be able to take in the testimony today. And Emily, this was a tense, it was an emotional, it was a fascinating day of court today, day 5.
Yeah, I would say you listened to more emotional testimony in the morning. I was hearing more of the technical testimony about the cell phone extraction from Libby's phone.
Yeah, very different types. We heard from witnesses today, and we heard really 3 very different types of testimony today.
Sorry, guys. We watched this one last night. Sorry. I got to skip this. Hold on. My apologies.
Pebbles, no, flip-flops and jeans down here in Florida. We were talking about how people dress the same with the Carhartt and everything. She's behind. I think her phone died on her.
Oh, that's all right. We're here.
It is day 6 of the Delphi murders trial. Today, we heard testimony from the officers who interviewed Richard Allen long before his arrest. Thanks for inviting us in. This is our Delphi debrief here on WTHR Plus. We want to get right out to Delphi, where senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker spent
So do I, at least.
court
Don't feel
along
bad.
with our 13 News legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. Guys, let's start by breaking down today's testimony.
Hi, Scott. Well, through the first 5 days of testimony that have taken place here in the Delphi murders trial, not a single word or mention of Richard Allen. Today, that changed. At 9:31 this morning, from the very first witness who took the stand and gave her testimony, it has really been all about Richard Allen today.
Yeah, up until today, we've heard about the crime scene. We've heard about the autopsies of Abby and Libby. Today, though, Richard Allen took center stage.
And what the state now is trying to do is to really put together all these pieces that they've been laying out for the jury to try to convince jurors that Richard Allen is the man who's responsible for killing Abby and Libby. We're going to hear in just a few minutes from our 13 News legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, who was in court with us all day today. But first, we want to get you up to speed on who the witnesses were that testified today. So let's get that to you here. First of all, Kathy Shank. She is a volunteer file clerk who helped police during the investigation. Dan Dolan, he's a DNR officer who interviewed Richard Allen just 3 days after the murders. Steve Mullen, he's the former Delphi police chief who's now the chief investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. We heard from Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett. David Vito, he testified today. He's an Indiana State Police trooper who was at Richard Allen's house when police served a search warrant. And last today was Jerry Holman, Indiana State Police investigator, who has really overseen the entire Delphi murders investigation. Now, the focus today was really how the state was able to zero in on Richard Allen. And that all started when police decided to take a closer look at an interview that Richard Allen gave to police just 4 days after the murders. Let's talk about that. Allen gave the statement here at this grocery store parking lot in Delphi. He met with the state DNR with an officer named Dan Dolan, who told jurors that he was assigned to interview Allen after Allen voluntarily called the Delphi murders tip line to say he had been on the Monon trails, not far from the crime scene, on the afternoon of the murders. Dolan testified about what Allen told him. He said he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 on the day of the murders. Allen told the investigator he saw 3 girls walking on the trails. As he walked, he said he was focused on the stock ticker on his cell phone. And Dolan said when he interviewed Richard Allen, there was nothing that stuck out as unusual. In fact, following that interview, the folder with Richard Allen's information in it, it was marked cleared. Investigators testified they essentially forgot all about Allen. In fact, today, Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett told jurors information about Allen being near the crime scene got lost. He said it fell through the cracks under that is until a file clerk happened to notice the information sitting in a banker's box. And that happened again 5 years after the murders, after the statement given by the defendant. That file clerk, Kathy Shank, she explained to the jury how all that happened. And then
I gotta call bullshit on that. That's just my opinion. I'm not gonna talk or ramble. I'm just saying I need to call bullshit on that. That's all I'm saying about it. I'm gonna move on.
Former Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen took the witness stand for the second time in this trial to explain how the discovery jump-started the investigation and really allowed them to focus on Richard Allen. Katie Jackson Lindsay, you had a chance today to be inside the courtroom to see all this play out with your own eyes. One of the things that struck me is the idea here that going to police, Richard Allen actually contacted police himself.
Welcome, Ariel, and thank you. Agreed. Appreciate you.
Voluntarily, he called the tip line to let investigators know that he had been not far from the crime scene on the trails where Abby and Libby were on the day that they were murdered. What does a jury make of that? And does it make sense that someone who is accused of murdering 2 girls would go to police to say, hey, I was at the scene of the crime?
Well, I would think from a common sense perspective, it wouldn't make sense, right? But it's one of those pieces of evidence that can really go either way, because undoubtedly the state will argue, well, he did that to cover his tracks. His family may have known he was out there. Someone else may have known that, or he may have thought someone could identify him. So he would have put that out there to protect himself. Well, the defense will say what you just said. It just doesn't make sense that a guilty person would insert themselves into an investigation about their own criminal conduct.
And what about this idea that police and investigators essentially forgot about Richard Allen, and this case was cleared? The fact that the investigator who talked to Allen just a few days after the murders took place met with him, talked to him face to face, didn't see or hear anything unusual, and they cleared him originally. Is that something that the defense you anticipate will really?
Look how little this guy is. I mean, I know he's lost some weight, but I'm talking like
the fact that the investigator who talked to Allen just a few days after the murder took place met with him, talked to him face to face.
His height, like this guy in no way looks to me to be the guy on the bridge. I'm sorry. He just doesn't. He's so small. You know what I mean? Looking at him moving around and stuff. I mean, granted, like I said, he's lost some weight. Add a gut to him and a little bit more, cheeks to him. But besides that, This guy does not look like Bridge Guy to me at all, folks. I'm sorry. I cannot process that, and I can't make myself believe it. Just saying.
Face, didn't see or hear anything unusual, and they cleared him originally. Is that something that the defense, you anticipate, will really seize on?
Absolutely, because there are a lot of things that are packed in that, right? It again shines a light on how this investigation was handled, that there wasn't a real streamlined system for dealing with these tips
Exactly,
and
crack off.
coordinating these tips. It also really highlights that no one thought anything of Richard Allen. The fact that he was cleared is huge. And I think we're going to keep hearing about that throughout the trial. And then there's the question of, okay, so 5 years ago, he wasn't a big deal to you. Well, what
Great point,
was the
Ariel.
change? What was the smoking gun, so to speak, that made him chargeable and so interesting at the point where he did get charged?
And some of that evidence, obviously, as far as some of that evidence came about shortly after they interviewed him. I'm going to bring Emily back in here. Emily, obviously, you were in the courtroom at the time when there was a discussion how once the clerk found this paper in a file box saying Richard Allen was on the trails the day that the girls were murdered, once she called and brought that attention again to the sheriff and to the investigators, they seized on that right away.
Yep.
They interviewed Richard Allen again.
Correct.
And they served a search warrant at his home. And there was some really fascinating information today that came out about that search warrant.
Yeah, we heard from the last witness of the day was Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, and he is the lead on this investigation, oversees it, as you said, and he supervised the search warrant execution on Richard Allen's home in October of 2022. And Holman testified, he told Richard Allen when he went there, look, if police damage anything in your house during the search warrant, you can fill out this form and we'll come repair it. And Holman told the jury that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. Holman then said that he and Richard Allen sat in Holman's car. Holman described Richard Allen as being very quiet, that he got out a few times to smoke a cigarette, and asked Holman at that point if police had detained his wife. And Holman told the jury that he told Richard Allen no and offered to drive him to his wife's work. Holman said that Allen replied again for the second time, it doesn't matter, it's over. Now let's take a listen to some of the things that they took out of Allen's home when they served that search warrant. We learned today that they took more than 25 guns and knives, a blue Carhartt jacket, cell phones and pagers, a Sig Sauer gun from Allen's nightstand. They also opened up a wooden box, a memory box, they said, and in it, they said there was a card from Richard Allen's mother, some other kind of mementos, but also in it, a bullet that was the same kind of bullet recovered at the scene. They also took from Allen's home a photo album showing different pictures of Allen through the years, but also a picture of the Monon High Bridge from 2005. So we're joined back again by Katie Jackson Lindsay. Katie, what do you think the effect on the jury, the impact on the jury was of seeing all that evidence, hearing about that evidence, seeing that gun today in court?
I think those were huge gains for the state. That evidence that came out in terms of what was in Richard Allen's house, those were huge gains for the state because the jury was able to now get a better idea of who Richard Allen is. And to see more than 25 guns when we know that this was a really brutal crime that involved a knife, and to see those knives that would be intimidating to the...
Yeah, that's a good point, Charlotte. I agree with you on that for sure. Yes, very, very good point. That's what I said that yesterday, Pebbles. Well, if he had never contacted law enforcement, where would he be at right now? You know what I mean? Would we still be sitting here with nobody? Because I truly believe that's exactly where we'd be at. We'd be into 7 years in with nothing, you know? It's crazy to me. I don't think he was, Sherry. I think it was all based on his own testimony, truly. That's my question when I hear that too.
The average person. I think those were huge gains for them, as well as the jacket. that is very similar to the jacket that we see on Bridge Guys. So I definitely think they made some gains with the jury through that evidence.
And you also saw, I can't remember if you were in there at this point when Jerry Holman was asked to take out the gun, the Sig Sauer gun, out of the evidence box, and he was wearing blue gloves, and he took that out and he checked to make sure there was nothing inside, and you could hear that clicking of the gun as he checked that and came right up to the jury and showed them that. That was an emotional moment actually for the families today when they saw that gun pulled out. You could see Abby and Libby's families getting emotional. We also saw some emotion from Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, when they were describing just going through her home and searching her master bedroom, her kitchen, the closet, the garage, all kinds of things. We were talking about the cell phones and the pagers, and you made a comment about the phones, the type of phones. There's some flip phones in there.
There are phones that are clearly from the 90s, before I ever had a cell phone. And what's impactful about that is that the state was able to establish that they had phones from a long period of time. They had phones from before these murders, they had phones from after, but they did not have a phone that would have matched that time frame in 2017. So again, just another huge gain for the state. That's going to be a challenge, I think, for the defense to get over.
And we saw some heated exchanges today in court. If we can bring Bob Siegel back in. Bob, you saw, and we both saw, it was, I think, after the lunch break, we saw a heated exchange on cross-examination of Steve Mullins, right, and Andrew Baldwin.
Yeah, we actually saw multiple heated exchanges that took place today. After the interviews, the re-interviews, after they rediscovered Richard Allen as a possible suspect, we heard how the former police chief, he described how they quickly found surveillance video from a nearby business that they went.
Oh no, the time change. He'll be right back, y'all. 10:22 is our new 11:22. He'll be back. Should I sing for y'all? Oh, nope, he's back. You guys lucked out. No singing tonight.
Sorry, guys. Now it's 10:22 since we're an hour behind, but God, I thought maybe that would have changed it. I guess it didn't. Oh, well. Thanks for wanting to sing, Mom. Appreciate you.
Well, I didn't want to have your chat to run off either, so
I appreciate it very much.
Give you a minute before I started singing.
No worries. No worries. TZ, good to see you. Good to have you here. JCN, welcome back, dear.
Your pause game is always on point. It looks like he's fixing the belt out with the song.
Yeah, it does. I am pretty good at pausing things. It's crazy. Welcome, everybody that jumped in. I appreciate you guys tonight. Do you want me to pause it for a minute and you can sing, Mom? Will that make it better for everybody?
Hell no.
Okay. All right.
I didn't even have a song queued up and ready to go. I'll have to get one in mind next time. So that way I'll be ready.
Right. All right. No problem. Just checking.
After the interviews, the re-interviews, after they rediscovered Richard.
Great to see you tonight, Matahari. Thank you for joining us. And no, they don't go by the time change, I guess. So
Richard Allen as a possible suspect. We heard how the former police chief, he described how they quickly found surveillance video from a nearby business that they went back and checked from 2017 on the day of the murders, and how they were able to match that up with what Richard Allen's car looks like. That they went to the pharmacy where Richard Allen works, and they took a picture of his car. They compared that to the video and were able to match it up. And Mullen described how during the new interviews that they conducted in 2022 with Richard Allen, how Allen told how he had drove to the crime scene. Well, during cross-examination, the defense team really lashed out at Mullen. In fact, the first question that defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked during cross-examination wasn't a question at all. It was a statement. Here's what he said. He said, "You are so desperate to place Richard Allen's car traveling west on 300 North near the crime scene, that just before lunch, you lied to this jury. And he then got Mr. Mullen to admit that Allen did not tell him that he traveled to the trails that day on the path that Mullen had just told the jury the way that he had traveled there. And that would really impact potentially, it would bring into question whether or not the car that the state says that they've been able to match up on the video is the same car that Richard Allen has. And then there was an amazing moment between defense attorney Brad Rosie and Sheriff Liggett. It was when the sheriff said that police would have arrested Allen for the murders even without the bullet cartridge evidence that they found at the crime scene, because according to the sheriff, he says that they've got 4 separate witnesses who placed Richard Allen at the crime scene. And we heard from those witnesses earlier this week. Rosie really seized on that comment, and he said, let's talk about those witnesses. And he mentioned how they all gave wildly different descriptions, including witness Betsy Blair, who testified here earlier this week. Rosie said to the sheriff, he said, Betsy Blair saw a man who was boyish and beautiful with brown poofy hair in his 20s or 30s, and her description does not match the description of Richard Allen. Tony Liggett replied to that and said, hey, but neither do the 3 girls who saw him on the trail, basically pointing out their descriptions don't really match what Richard Allen looks like either. Rosie looked at Liggett, and he then looked at the jury, and he said, exactly right, pointing out that's my very point. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand here. Let's talk about that a little bit. What does that testimony?
Yeah, Pebbles. One of them said, but it's not real credible because she was 3 feet away from this person to 20 feet to 3 feet. Welcome, Maria. So what is the credibility with these witnesses anyway? You know, they're saying one thing, then they're saying something else, then saying something else, and saying something else. But they cannot point out Richard Allen in the courtroom as being the person they saw. None of them. That's the problem.
But are they allowed to? Is that something else that that Gull has put in the rules to say don't point him out? Like, since she's
maybe
running her circus shit show over here.
Right. It's very possible. Yes. No, yeah, you're right, Pebbles. That is what was said. First it was on and off. Then it was covered in mud and blood. Then there was no mud. Then it was just mud. It's changed a few times. So yeah, Judge Gall is just she has become a problem. Dan Dolan, Yoder, Liggett, Mullins, and Holman, Lesenby, and Judge Fouts are all the same dirty bastards. They have screwed a lot of people with them and their good old boys and nepotism networks. You are not the only person to say that, nobody. I can promise you lots of people have made that same exact statement almost in the exact same words. Nobody. So
I think nobody is a local. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what they put in chat earlier.
Yeah, they are definitely.
We appreciate you being here and putting your input in. I do. I know Dago does as well. We always appreciate and enjoy having locals in chat because you guys bring a side that we're not able to see from our side.
Right. 100%. So Phil said, my 20-year-old due home from deployment in 3 weeks. If your oldest is thinking National Guard, I highly recommend it. Get in, stay in, earn a second pension, build a solid. I can agree with that too. I can agree with that. It's a good way to do it. And they will also pay for your school too. So for schooling for you, I mean, it's definitely well worth it. So I will agree with Phil. It's a standard question for a witness on the stand. Do you recognize the person you saw in the courtroom today? It kind of is. And a lot of the trials and I've seen, it's never been asked. It's not been asked one time within this trial yet for anybody to point him out. So I don't really understand that, you know?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, Bobby, is that this is something we normally would see, you know, whether it's a law enforcement officer, a witness, whomever it is, a neighbor, freaking the guy that works at Kroger. that sees you once a week. But is this something that Judge Gull has also put on her list of rules? Don't point him out. Like, I almost wonder if it's, and that's a question I would have. Like, if I had a way to like write down a list of questions and be like, this is what I want to know. But in my honest opinion, I think even if we did have a source to get to her to ask questions like that, she's not going to answer them.
You would think, being that Richard Allen is there, they've had multiple witnesses describe Bridge Guy, clearly say, this is Bridge Guy, I saw Bridge Guy, I saw Bridge Guy, I saw Bridge Guy. If I was the prosecution, I think one of the first things I would do is turn around and say, is this man sitting, do you see Bridge Guy in this courtroom right now? Yes or no? Can you point out Bridge Guy to me in this courtroom? Nobody's done that. Nobody. That's weird to me. It makes me wonder if they even are sure that that's Bridge Guy. That's my opinion on that. That's why I'm asking. And Bobby's 100% right. That is a standard question in most court cases.
Especially an eyewitness.
Yes.
Or like I said, a neighbor, a law enforcement officer. Okay, you met Richard Allen. Is this man sitting at or whatever, if you see him in the courtroom, right. Oh yeah, he's sitting at the defense table between lawyer X and lawyer J. It just,
right.
I just feel in my heart it's something else that, and I could be completely wrong, but I just feel like that's something else that she has put on the side saying, do not ask this question.
Well, and Pebbles has a good point. She's asking, is it because he has so dramatically changed? It could be. It could be, but he still has that face that is just that face. It's not going to change. You know what I mean? So,
Bobby, I understand that, but she has, though. She has done more. She has done more extra shit that I have never seen in the 20 years I've been watching trials and getting away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, she has. That's true, Bobby. I mean, you're right. He is right. The judge typically cannot dictate what questions prosecution or defense asks. They're not allowed to do that. She is only allowed to rule on the objections to the questions. Very true. She's also done some other things that most other judges haven't done in this case, Bobby. That's what I think.
I understand her holding decorum in her courtroom. I completely understand that. Like, that's her house.
Right.
That's like coming in somebody's house that takes their shoes off. And I'm just using that as for instance, to break it down, But this woman has got away with more shit than I've ever seen any judge be able to do. Are you still here? Hello?
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. I didn't know we lost.
I don't think it has anything to do with her personally. I just think that I don't know. There's something weird about it, though. I'll say that much. JC said, I learned today the FBI can be fired too. Yeah, they can. That's true. The judge can decide if some subject or evidence is off limits. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Yeah, and JC, the FBI doesn't have jurisdiction overall. They have jurisdiction over fraud and something else, but they don't have overall jurisdiction. So when something like this happens, the FBI has to be brought in. And then if local law enforcement feels like they don't need them any longer, they don't want them any longer, they can ask them to leave.
Oh, definitely. And no, JC, nothing does make any sense in this case.
I'm going to put the littles up. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be here.
The fact that really the defense was able to highlight during a witness for the state how wildly inconsistent the descriptions are, and that the man that several of these witnesses that the state are relying on really doesn't match the man that they're looking at in the courtroom. What's that do?
That is a dream moment for a defense attorney,
The issue in this case is identity. Is Richard Allen the killer here? And to get a lead investigator on this case to agree with you that there are inconsistent statements as to his identity from all of your witness, from all of the state's witnesses, and highlight that through your lead investigator, that's huge. I mean, I'm sure that the defense didn't expect it would go that well, and I'm sure they're very excited about the way that that came out. And I would imagine that the state is really disappointed. And I think that heated exchange, that sparring, caused a little bit of a slip on behalf of the state's witness, and it really hurt them in the end.
And talk about that sparring going on in the courtroom, those tense moments. I'm trying to see this trial through the eyes of a juror. What does that sparring and those tense back and forth, specifically between the defense and witnesses that the state's putting on, what goes on in the minds of a juror while that's happening?
I just meant that one part of it, Siggy and Mike, not the whole thing. I agree. She definitely has something to do with certain things that are going on, but just that one specific thing, I don't know. I said I don't know that she is the reason why it's happening. She could be. I'm just saying that one specific thing, I'm not sure of, but she definitely has an impact on a lot of other things that are going on within the trial and the case itself. So yeah, that I agree with wholeheartedly. Nobody said the FBI was in our area before this crime because of white nationalists in the area. Most of the Odinists around here are really white supremacy groups. Some Ellie and higher ups are associated. I agree with that. Nobody. I also follow another case that I'm going to tell you. I have no doubt that is related to one of these groups. The Flora 4 case where the 4 little girls died in the house fire. I have a very strong feeling that that was involving one of these white nationalist groups. And I also have a feeling it's fairly possible that it's related to the Delphi situation in some way. Or the people involved in the Delphi situation, I should say. Okay? Some of them. That's a whole other story, a whole other show that I've done before and will do again. And I truly believe that there is that possible link. I really do. Okay? You guys know that I was very strongly adamant about covering the Flora 4 when I did it, for those of you that were here, of course. And that there is, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. There is a link there somewhere. I truly believe that. The fact that Delphi's fire department showed up before Flora's did, which was Flora's fire department was literally a block away, but Delphi showed up. There's a whole bunch of other stuff with that case I'm not even going to get into right now because I'll start flipping out and swearing and everything. That case pisses me off to no end. So, again, some of the same type questions. That's all I'm saying. I'll catch you up one day, Pebbles. It's disgusting. It's really sad and disgusting.
Well, it can cut a lot of different ways. As a trial attorney, you are always trained that you don't want to offend the jury. You don't want to be offensive towards the jury, just as a lawyer, because that never bodes well for your client and for the state.
Welcome, sweet Melissa. Wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, dear.
It just never bodes well for the community that you're representing, because if a juror doesn't like you for personality reasons, it makes them not trust your credibility. And so you don't want to go too far with that. But what we're seeing is that this evidence is coming to life now. We have been through 5 days of what's been pretty uncontentious testimony and really no disputes in the evidence. There's no dispute that the girls were murdered. There's no dispute that it was brutal. But now today, for the first time, we are hearing Richard Allen. And so it's causing emotion in the defense, and they're fighting for their client. So they're being zealous advocates, but there's a fine line so that you're not offending the jury.
And I'm curious, from your perspective, you are an experienced litigator. From your perspective, did the defense team come across as belligerent or as really kind of beating up on these witnesses, or do you think that they struck a more neutral tone?
I honestly think they struck a more neutral tone. I think that they kept it professional to the extent that they could, because you also have to remember that the witnesses were being challenging as well. As state's witnesses, especially law enforcement, they should be neutral, because that presumption of innocence should start with the criminal investigation. So they shouldn't come off as if they have a dog in the fight. They should come off as if they are just trying to present the truth. And so sometimes they initiated that sparring with defense counsel, and I think it came back to bite them. And so while both sides have to find a balance in that, I don't think either side reached a level of being unprofessional today.
And Emily, there were other won't say controversial moments, tense moments, confrontational moments.
There were, when you were talking about that, did they reach a difficult point? I was thinking about that moment when defense attorney Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, when you arrested Richard Allen, it was at a time when you were running for sheriff. Tony Liggett wasn't the sheriff at the time when Richard Allen was arrested. I think he was perhaps the second in charge. Tobe Lesenby was the sheriff at the Carroll County
Correct.
Sheriff at the time. And he pointed out, you were running for sheriff, and you would have gotten a significant, wouldn't that come with a significant pay raise? He asked him. And Tony Liggett said, this had nothing to do with me. It was about two little girls that were murdered. So that was a tense moment. I also thought when Brad Rosie pointed out to Tony Liggett, look, after the bodies were found, he said to Tony Liggett, Richard Allen stayed right here. He stayed here and he worked right down the street at the CVS. And to that, Tony Liggett replied, yes, hiding in plain sight. And Brad Rosie pointing out, those aren't your words.
We've heard that before.
That is something that Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said many times when they were looking, for a suspect. We believe that whoever did this is hiding in plain sight. So,
I'm noticing you holding some of your notes here,
yes.
And I just want to point out for our viewers just how much. Would you hold this for me for a second, Katie? How much information the jury is hearing? I mean, these are just some of the notebooks that I've had so far. We're only a week into the trial, and I filled up all these notebooks with testimony. There is a lot that this jury has to keep track of. You got to hear just one day of testimony. Help people understand, how does a juror, when you've got such a complex crime scene and a crime that is now we're hearing about inside of a courtroom, and that these jurors are trying to figure out what happened 7.5 years later. How does a juror keep track of all that? And as an attorney and a litigator in the courtroom, how do you help them keep track of all that?
Well, it has to be a challenge. I've never served on a jury, and so I can't speak to their experience, right? But I can say I have a notebook full from just one day today as an attorney who's observing. And so as a lawyer, part of your strategy has to be to make sure that you are hitting your big points in a way that the jury is really paying attention. So even in crafting your questions, those lawyers are at home tonight brushing up on their outlines for tomorrow and making sure that they're delivering that information in a way that it's memorable and in a way that they're not wasting time with things that don't really matter.
And we should point out that.
Have a great night, Alicia. Thank you for all you did today, as you do every day. Again, I'm glad to hear that your daughter had a wonderful day today. I hope you had a great weekend, Alicia, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully, have a great night, Don. Thanks so much again.
Good night, Alicia.
The jurors are taking really careful notes as well. They all have notebooks and they all have folders, and they're getting tons and tons of pieces of the evidence and the exhibits that have been submitted in this case. And they get to collect all that along with their notebooks. They're not allowed to leave the courtroom with it. So they don't take it back to the hotel with them, but they have all that information that they can refer to later on as they are going into their deliberations. I want to mention something else that happened in court today. It was a piece of video that we got to see. And this is video that we've heard about, and actually video that most of us have all seen before. It's the Down the Hill video and Bridge Guy video is what we've heard it referred to as. Video that Libby German took on her cell phone on the day of the murders. Presumably, it appears
They don't want them to be able to pass it off to somebody else, possibly. That's pretty much it, Pebbles. They're really, really being like real tight with all this stuff. I mean, it's typical, I think, but stuff like that, it's evidence and stuff like that. You can't take it out of the courtroom. So Excuse me.
Just moments before the murders took place, state police were able to recover her cell phone. It was actually under Abby Williams' body at the crime scene. They recovered it, they downloaded the video, and this is the video that was put out to the public to ask for help in trying to identify who the murderer was. Today, we got to see really enhanced images from that video, and the jury got to see it too. We're talking about a 43-second video. We got to see that earlier this week, but today we got to see what investigators have been working off of. The sheriff said he has seen this video hundreds of times, and we got to see in that video how they're able to really zoom in to see Bridge Guy as he's walking up behind Abby Williams on the bridge, and they were able to isolate using enhancements and software. They were able to really isolate the audio, get rid of the background noise to enhance what the words are on there. And so today the jury got to see and hear that inside the courtroom. And I'm going to tell you what they had to, what's said now on there. Again, we could see Bridge Guy much more closely than we have seen before. And Sheriff Tony Liggett, he told the jury what he hears on that video. He hears Abby saying, "Is he right here? Don't leave me up here." And this is when you can see the image of Bridge Guy behind her. And then Libby says, "That be a gun. There's no path here." And then we hear Bridge Guy say, "Guys." One of the girls says, "Hi." Then the man says, "Down the hill." So this is some chilling video again. We've seen it, we've heard it before, but seeing it really enhanced and hearing Abby and Libby's voices, it was a moment, I think, that stood out from the testimony today. And it's something that the jury will certainly be looking at closely and presumably trying to figure out, is the man in that video that they saw in courtroom today, is that Richard Allen?
And the defense seemed to go after the enhancement, saying to Tony Liggett, asking Tony Liggett, or trying to point out, you can't really see Bridge Guy's mouth moving when you hear those words, and asking Tony Liggett, is it possible that there could be somebody else off camera that we don't see saying those words? And Tony Liggett saying no, but then that segued into another moment where Brad Rosie asked Tony Liggett, "Do you believe Richard Allen acted alone in this case?" Tony Liggett said yes. He said, "Have you always believed that was the case?" Tony Liggett said yes. And then he asked him this question: "Did you ever tell your former boss, Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby, that you thought maybe more than one person did this?" And Tony Liggett replied, "I may have told him maybe, it's possible." So we had that moment right there.
And what's really interesting about that is we've heard at other hearings and other testimony that for a good portion of this investigation,
Amen to that, Pebble.
State police considered that it was possibly 2, 3, 4 individuals. We heard testimony this summer from one of the investigators who said we were thinking perhaps 3 to 5 people committed this crime. And now we're hearing today, I'm assuming the defense is going to bring that up when it's their turn, if they choose to present that portion of the case. But to hear that there's one person, with the idea that we've already heard investigators say that many of them believed and they had instructions to be looking for multiple people who might be the perpetrators in this crime. What's that going to do in the minds of the jury?
Well, that's really tricky evidence to navigate for the defense, especially because they have been precluded from presenting evidence of potential other suspects. And so it's really tricky to have this information and have to dance around it so that you don't violate the court's orders and cause a mistrial, but know that it exists, right? And on the other hand, I think that there's also an opportunity for the defense, because we now know that the state is putting all of its eggs in one basket, and that is that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And so the jury has to decide, is Richard Allen Bridge Guy? And from what we've heard and what we've seen so far, I don't think the jury is there, because even today we were getting questions from the jury about what was Richard Allen's hair like, because there's that testimony that Bridge Guy had hair.
Brown,
and Richard
poofy
Allen,
hair.
Brown
right?
poofy hair.
And Richard Allen does not. And so the defense is navigating a lot of landmines and ultimately navigating a lot of inconsistent evidence. And I think ultimately it will come together where they'll say they'll rely on that instruction. If the evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, you have to go with the one consistent with his innocence. And so if it's blurry, it's not guilty, right? And so it may work out to their advantage. But on the other hand, if the jury believes that Bridge Guy is Richard Allen, it's game over and the state has met their burden.
Emily and I, we see this through the eyes of journalists when we're in there. You have years and years of litigation experience as an attorney. You've seen it both as a defense attorney. You've been on the other side as a prosecutor. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts and what things really stood out to you today, Katie?
Well, it was very interesting to have the opportunity to actually be in the courtroom today and to be able to give analysis, having witnessed it firsthand. When you're in the courtroom, it's an entirely different environment. We're just feet away from Abby and Libby's families. We're just feet away from Richard Allen. I was immediately struck by his stature when he came into the courtroom because we've heard all of these awful things. And it's hard to imagine that a man of his size actually committed this crime, considering
the reaction on your face when he walked into the courtroom and you saw him for the first time. I saw the look on your face and it was one of almost disbelief.
Right. And I would have to imagine that was the initial reaction of the jury. Right. And so to some extent, I'm sitting from the vantage point of a juror because this is not my case. I don't know all the ins and outs. And this evidence I'm hearing today, I'm hearing this for the first time. But what I mainly honed in on as a lawyer today was the strategy of the lawyers to try to get an idea of how they were building their cases. And so some things that stuck out to me, a really big thing was that we didn't hear Richard Allen's statement. We heard them presented through witnesses, which is what we call cherry picking in trial work. Instead of just playing the video, letting the jury hear it, letting them see his demeanor, letting them hear his voice, because they have the audio of Bridge.
And that's a big problem. They should have done that instead of doing this cherry picking thing. There's no reason why they could not have let the jury hear it for themselves, make their own, formulated opinion on it. No, it had to be done this way, which is bullshit to me. Absolute bullshit to me. I'm glad. I agree with you too. I'm glad she said that because I've been thinking that this whole time. This whole situation here.
Rich guy, right? And so wouldn't you want the jury to hear Richard Allen's voice? And the defense made a big deal out of that. They kept calling it the video recording. And so that was interesting strategy on both sides. Another really interesting piece of strategy was during the state's case, when they would ask questions on direct exam, you would think, man, that was a zinger. They really laid a good groundwork for some solid evidence there. But then on cross-examination, you will realize that they sort of mischaracterized the evidence. So for example,
let's
Dolan,
give an example.
Dolan, the DNR officer, he made a really big deal out of Richard Allen changing his profile and his fishing license, changing his height, changing his weight shortly after the murders.
Yes.
And then we learned on cross-exam that that's not really what happened. He changed it back to something that had been there before. So it wasn't as if he was trying to change his identity. He was simply updating the profile in a way that reflected what had been there before. And then the last thing that I thought was a big deal was the objections that we heard. So you have to object to some things to make a record, and you just have to make those objections in case this case goes up on appeal in the event of a conviction. But there are sometimes you have to be strategic about your objections. And so we heard a lot throughout the day beyond the scope of direct exam. And we heard that from the state. And what that really means is the defense should not be talking about that because we didn't bring it up. And so it starts to give a feel of trying to hide things from the jury, because the reality is they can make that objection. And if the judge sustains it, the defense can't go into it, but the defense can recall those witnesses and do their own direct examination of those witnesses. And so why not let the evidence come out right then and there? So the one time the judge overruled it, we learned that they didn't want the jury to know about those sticks that were collected several days later. And so it was just interesting watching strategy and seeing how that's playing into building their cases.
Kate, what did you make of that moment when the state presented the moment they go to Richard Allen's house, they serve that search warrant, and he says, it doesn't matter, it's over. And then we learn on cross-examination that that search warrant was served a few hours after they had recorded this interview. At this point, Richard Allen knows he is a suspect. He's been told that he is a suspect, and, you know, has this idea, you know, then the police.
Welcome, Summer Thunder. Says, I can't tell if Rich Guy is Richard Allen. Why did he confess to something he didn't do? I know people do that. This is such a strange case. A lot of people want to know the answers to that, Summer, so don't feel like you're alone on that. It is a very strange case, and hopefully we'll figure that out throughout this trial here. These are good question, though, Summer. And again, welcome.
Pull up 2 hours later to his house. Did you think that made a difference on the cross? The context of that, anyway?
I do, because that's another one of those zingers. You hear as a juror that Richard Allen said, it doesn't matter, it's over. And that feels like a confession. And then you realize he is saying that after he's been picked up, after he's been interviewed for 2 hours before, after they've torn his house apart, serving a search warrant. And he's a member of this community. He knows how big this case is. And so you have the weight of the world on your shoulders in that moment as a suspect. That's a natural response. Whatever you're telling me right now, it doesn't even matter, because it's over for me, because you guys think I did this, and I'm not going to be able to convince you I did it.
And the defense pointed out that during that video interview 2 hours earlier, he maintained his innocence over and over and over again.
Right.
Even though they said, look, you're a suspect, then 2 hours later, there they are at his house.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, it's over. That's what he says.
Right. I mean, I think that's a normal human reaction.
Yeah, this is really, really, really amazing coverage. I'm really enjoying the way they're breaking this down and putting everything out there in layman's terms so that it's very understandable for everybody. And they're breaking every single bit of it down. That's amazing to me. I love this coverage and this group. I'm glad I have all these all the way up to today. So.
Action. He knows how heavy this situation is for this community. He knows how many resources have gone into this. And now all of a sudden he realizes they think I did this. And he's protected
Exactly,
his
Terry.
innocence for hours, and he couldn't convince them. And so I think it's a normal human reaction, but it can certainly be viewed as a confession.
Yeah, I saw everyone kind of sit up in their seat when he said, it doesn't matter, it's over. And there was like this moment of recognition. But then on cross, given that context, you can see how they would see it differently. Maybe.
And there was a moment today when it was during a cross-examination when Andrew Baldwin again pointed out, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pointed out, he said, words matter. And he said, words matter here in the courtroom and in a high-stakes situation like this. Every word really does matter. Katie Jackson-Lindsay, what a pleasure.
No way in hell, Pebbles. I was going to cover this one how or another if I had to pay somebody out the street that was there. I was so upset that they didn't have cameras. I wanted to know myself, so I know you guys did. So that's why I'm grateful that we have this coverage to be able to play day by day by day so that we can get every single piece of information, because they're really breaking things down. They're being very descriptive, and we're really not missing out on anything, guys. And I'm grateful for this. I'm glad you guys are here to be able to get it with us as well. So I'm right there with you, Pebbles, on that one.
Pleasure having you in the courtroom with us today. Thank you so much for joining us.
To be here.
Emily and I will
Cap.
be back inside the courtroom with a front row seat tomorrow. We've been inside the courtroom for every day of this trial. Our plan and our intent is to continue that all the way through a verdict. We're so glad to have you with us tonight. For now, we are going to send it back to you, Scott, as we get prepared for day 7 tomorrow morning here in Delphi.
Fascinating discussion from our team there in Delphi. That is.
Thank you guys so very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Really a really perfect, summary of what happened during this day 6. Thanks so much, team. We're going to be breaking down the Delphi murders trial every weeknight at 10 o'clock here on WTHR+. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports on each day of.
All right, guys. And I'm glad, like tonight, I'm able to get multiple days in to get really get it caught up, guys, so we don't have to spend too much time on this. I think, yeah, I think we're headed to day 7. Yeah, I do believe this is day 7 now. We're moving right along. Or was that 7? Did we just do 7, Mom? Or did we do 6? I think we did 6. I'll figure it out once we get rolling. Either way, again, I really, really, really appreciate you guys being here and going through this with us. I'm very grateful for you guys.
I think that was day 7, wasn't it?
Was it, or was it 6?
Hell, I don't know.
Maybe it was 7, because I remember we skipped one day. We did skip a day, so I think you're right. It was 7. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, they're having Saturday trials too, so it's
right.
They're short days, but they're still days that are there.
Well, let me back up and try to do 7 again just to make sure. I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah.
All right. We skipped 5. That's what it was. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Summer, you're welcome. Krakow. We'll find out. Once we start rolling on this, we'll figure out if we just did it or not. So it's no big deal. And then I can just jump ahead. So, okay. All right. All right. Again, I'm really, really, really grateful for you guys being here tonight and for every night that we're doing this. So, and you too, Mom. I was alone for a while. Like I said, it was okay, but it's a lot better to have somebody up here to kind of commentate with you on different things and be able to answer and ask questions. So
you can always shoot me a text message, because sometimes I'm not on the laptop and I don't see Discord. You can always send me a text message and say, hey, I'm going live, and you'll get me a lot quicker.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Today marks the 7th day of the Delphi murders trial. Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered more than 7 years ago. This week, we hear from witnesses who saw Bridge Guy, believed to be the man captured on video by Libby German. We learned how police pulled that video from her phone with the infamous clip of what may be the killer's voice. We also learned that Richard Allen told police he was on the trail within days of the murders and cleared by police.
Where you been, Tomboy? I thought you'd be here for this one, hon.
And today we learned how investigators tied the so-called magic bullet found near Abby and Libby's bodies to a gun found in Richard Allen's home. Thanks for inviting us in. This is your Delphi debrief here on WTHR+. This was day 7 of the Delphi murders trial. In a moment, we'll hear from our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. But
good night, Siggy and Mike. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope to see you again tomorrow.
First, our senior investigative reporter.
I understand, Tomboy. Get better soon, hon.
Reporter Bob Siegel and reporter Emily Longnecker are in Delphi for us. So Bob and Emily, walk us through this testimony today about this cartridge.
Yeah, today, Scott, jurors heard testimony that the state says puts Richard Allen squarely at the crime scene. Huge day, important day for the prosecution. And Emily, today, I mean, this is what the prosecution's been waiting to tell the jury about all along.
Yeah, about this cartridge found between the girls' bodies at the crime scene. One witness today, Bob, Melissa Oberg, the state's witness, testified for 7 hours. That speaks to the importance of her and this cartridge to the state's case. And then the defense on cross-examination, questioning her, speaking to how important it is for them to attack the science of the testing that she did, that she says links this cartridge to Richard Allen's gun.
Right. You're seeing video, the woman on the left, that is Melissa Oberg, who testified for more than 7 hours today. She used to be a firearms examiner for the state of Indiana, for the state police. She was on the witness stand all day explaining how she tested a bullet cartridge that investigators found at the crime scene between Abby and Libby's bodies. Oberg told the jury how she tested a gun that police found in Allen's house while executing a search warrant. And today, the state tried to tie those two things together. Oberg told jurors how she compared the unfired bullet cartridge at the crime scene with 4 test bullets that she fired through Allen's gun in the lab. And using a powerful microscope to inspect the markings on the ammunition, she concluded the bullet and the crime scene, the bullet at the crime scene did cycle through Allen's gun. Now, this latest evidence and testimony that the jury heard today, it's the state's way to directly put Richard Allen at the murder scene. While the ballistics evidence may be compelling, the defense team tried to undercut the credibility of that evidence. During cross-examination, attorney Brad Rosie told the jury that the analysis conducted by the state is considered controversial. He also highlighted that the state's analysis was based on a bullet at the crime scene that was not fired, while the test bullets in the lab were fired. And he got Oberg to admit that her analysis and conclusions presented to the jury are subjective. So, Emily, there was a lot packed into today's testimony. It was at times, shall we say, somewhat textbook, as far as it felt like we were going back to like a college science class and what was being presented. What did you read in the jury today? Because it was a kind of a challenging day to follow along
For all of us.
What did you see in the jury and how they took this?
I mean, I saw some of the jurors taking notes, and some were not taking notes. Some were just listening. Some had big, thick folders, and some did not. When everything was all over at the end of the day, by then you had gone, I was still there, and the jury had 13 questions for Melissa Oberg, and some that really stuck out to me. They wanted to know, did the cartridge from the crime scene come from the same lot as the bullet found in that keepsake box in Richard Allen's house that was taken during the search warrant? You remember?
I'm right with you on that, Phil. So would I. I can't stand headaches. After what I went through with this brain surgery thing, headaches are like poison to me.
That from yesterday. They also wanted to know, they were asking very technical questions about handling a gun, cycling a gun. They wanted to know, when you cycle a gun, do you use the same force every time? And the force that you apply, can that change the markings on the gun? Does that make a difference? And Melissa Oberg saying, each time that you cycle a gun, it's not the same. You don't always use the same force. And yes, that can affect the markings that are put on it. One thing we also noted today about the jury, there was one juror missing, a man. We noticed that after lunch, and we were told from Judge Gall, we asked about that. It's an alternate, and we were told that that man had a family emergency, and that is all she said.
So instead of 16 jurors that we started with this morning and that we've had throughout the trial so far, this afternoon there were only 15 jurors that heard the testimony. So we don't know if that juror is being sent home and is not going to hear the rest of the testimony.
No.
And it is an alternate, we should point out.
Right.
So things were methodical today.
Yeah.
Very methodical. Yes. And this morning, I'll explain a little bit.
It was a Sig Sauer Pebbles was the type of gun, a Sig Sauer handgun.
About how things got started. When Melissa Oberg first took the stand about 9:15 this morning, she spent an entire hour just explaining what tool mark examination is. I
hope you feel better, Tom.
How that is conducted inside a lab. Being able.
Sorry, I always forget to add the numbers to that. It's a Sig Sauer 226. Yes, Tomboy, thank you.
Able to take a look under a microscope at these tiny little marks on ammunition, and to be able to tell if bullets were fired from a certain gun, if they were cycled through a certain firearm. So she really got into details, established what tool mark analysis is, and then one of the moments that stood out to me from testimony today is she went over to a box, And she did a demonstration for the jury to show them what it looks like when a bullet cycles through a gun. Because keep in mind, the bullet at the crime scene between Abby and Libby, it was a bullet cartridge. It was an unspent, an unfired bullet cartridge.
Right.
And she wanted the jury to understand how a bullet cycles through.
Right.
The gun that she pulled out of a box, it was the gun that belonged to Richard Allen that they recovered from his home, and that they did this analysis on. So she cycled that for the jury. There was a video, lots of pictures, and there was a video. Basically, the jury got to take a little field trip to Germany,
Right.
looking at a video that was pulled off of YouTube. We're showing that to you right now.
Right.
The jury got to see how a firearm like the Sig Sauer, that firearm that was taken from Richard Allen's home, that has been linked now to the bullet casing of the crime scene. They wanted the jury to see how those types of firearms
Very true,
were
Cap.
made, from the barrel to the frame, every part of the firearm. And then they really went into frame by frame on some of the pictures that they analyzed. The jury got to see those to understand how these markings, how they were able to determine that bullet casing at the crime scene matched. So they got to see.
I'm not sure, Sheriff.
I'll just show you. This is kind of rudimentary here, but the jury got to see pictures, and they showed the edges of the bullet casing that was found at the crime scene and the edge of a bullet that Melissa Oberg fired through Richard Allen's gun. And she showed the jury that the images that they saw, they would take the two images from those two things, and you could see that these little markings on here, from one, they would put them together and they would show how they seemed to really pretty much match up. And that is how she explained to the jury that her conclusion was that they actually, one was the same as the other, or that I should say that firearm that Richard Allen had in his home is the one that cycled the bullet at the crime scene. So I thought that was interesting testimony today. And you got to hear also, really the defense then push back, and the cross-examination lasted longer. It actually lasted longer than the state's presentation this morning.
Yeah, the defense really attacked the science behind this testing, the science that was used. They called it a controversial science. And they asked Melissa Oberg, they said, look, Brad Rosie, there's an ongoing debate in your industry about firearm identification as a science in its truest sense. And Melissa Oberg said, yeah.
They were, Summer. They definitely were. There was no shooting involved. There was a bullet found that was not shot through a gun. It was racked from a gun, as if to say it was loaded into a gun, which brought it up out of the clip into the chamber, and then it was held there. This is just for people that don't understand this. And then, for whatever reason, it was racked again to dislodge the bullet, which would have popped the bullet up out of the chamber of the gun and onto the ground. So that's what happened. It was never fired out of that gun ever that night, that day, ever. So that everybody understands that's how that happened. So, excuse me, guys. The problem I have with this whole thing, and I always have, was that I looked over and lost my train of thought. They found this bullet kind of in the ground between where the bodies were found that was never fired out of the gun, but they're saying came from Richard Allen's gun because it had it matched up with these markings that he just showed. And I can't trust in that because she could not make it match until she fired the gun. Okay, so that's where my problem lies with this. That's what the science is kind of like a junk science to me, in my opinion. And again, that's my opinion. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's an issue. So I don't know. I have my issues with this. and how this works. So just saying.
Yes, there is. Brad Rosie said there was never a time when you can say that bullet came from that gun, meaning Richard Allen's gun. And she said, I cannot say it to the exclusion of all others. They continued to push back. She also said, I can say there is sufficient agreement in the identification process. In other words, sufficient agreement. And Brad Rosie really went off after that term sufficient. And she said, look, in firearms identification, we use sufficient different than regular folks use sufficient. Sufficient in our world means enough. That is not the same as how a firearms identification expert uses.
And Brad Rosie was basically pointing out, hey, you know, the people on the jury, the people sitting here in the courtroom, you know, when we hear sufficient, that just means good enough, right? And she said, no, that's not what it means in her industry.
I think the biggest point, though, the defense tried to make is they said, look, when you tested Richard Allen's gun, you cycled a bullet through, you cycled a cartridge through 6 times, and then you fired a bullet out of it 4 times. And the times that it matches up, or that you say that it matches up, are the times that you fired the bullet, not that you cycled through the bullet, like the bullet at the crime scene. The bullet at the crime scene, we know, is
to break this down into layman's terms, the gun was not fired at the crime scene. So it makes no sense to me that for her to get to the same conclusion that that bullet came from his gun, she had to fire it through the gun. Folks, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't match. It's just not enough for me. It's a reach. I'm telling you, they're reaching to get to this situation for that. It does not make any sense. They're 2 completely different things. So you can't do 2 completely different things and turn around and say that they're the same thing. You know what I mean? That's stupid to me. So I have a big problem with this. So to me, yes, it's junk science. I'm sorry. Welcome, No Shenanigans. Good to see you. Yeah, Bobby, that's a good way to put it. The expert basically found what the prosecution wanted her to find. Of course. Okay. That's dumb. Apples, it's like comparing apples and grapefruits. Thank you, Phil. That's a good way to put it, guys, in layman's terms. And it makes 0 sense. And I don't know how anybody's going to rely on. I hope that the jury looks at this and goes, what? What do you mean? That's not at all what that means. And that's stupid to me. So I hope that should have been disqualified, in my opinion. But it wasn't. So I would have thought, you know, Judge Gall would have said, nope, sorry, strike that. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit with what we're doing here. So let's move forward. So again, I don't know. No Shenanigans. Wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Okay.
Is unspent, has not been fired, has been cycled through. And Brad Rosie was pointing out and had her talk about, look, the times that it matches the most are when you fired bullets out of Richard Allen's gun, not when you cycled through.
And we heard him say to the jury during opening statements that you're basically going to hear how the state's expert who tested this gun, when they just cycled the bullet through Richard Allen's gun, which is basically the bullet at the crime scene was just cycled through. You're going to find out that that's inconclusive and they didn't have the information that they wanted because it didn't match. Then they went a step further and they fired it from the gun, which is not what happened to the gun
bullet at the crime scene.
Yeah, to the bullet.
See, they're saying the same exact thing I just said. So this should not be allowed, in my opinion. Thank you, Doodle, very much. I just don't think it should be allowed because it's not what took place at the crime scene. So, in a sense, you're adding a step to the crime that didn't exist. And you're putting that in the minds of the jury. That's wrong. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. If the gun would have been fired at the crime scene, okay, fine. That fits then. That's fine. We can do that. Let's go forward. Let's use that. The gun was not fired at the crime scene. Nobody was shot with that gun at the crime scene. Those bullets were not fired into the victims. There were no bullets pulled out of the victims. What the hell does this have to do with the crime? Nothing. So you're adding something more to this crime scene in the jury's mind, because I know if I was sitting on that jury, that's how I would have envisioned that's what I would have taken from that, folks, is that this gun being fired, and it never was. That to me is wrong. I'm sorry. Anyway, moving on. I'm going to stop rambling. These are the small things again that bug me. Right, like Tomboy just said, that's the only way to link him to the scene. That's the only way that they put this man in custody. It's bullshit.
At the crime scene. So it was an interesting day, kind of a chess match back and forth, Scott, that we could see playing out with the state really trying to impress on the jury just how important this was and how it's linked to Richard Allen, and then the defense saying, not so fast. There's some questions about the side.
Bobby says, I'm guessing the judge has disallowed the defense ballistic. I would hope. I don't know. I mean, I didn't mean to say I would hope. I don't know what's going to go on with this, because that's just ridiculous to me. I don't either. I don't either. And Tomboy said yes, that they have disallowed the defense's ballistic expert, which is bullshit to me.
This is considered pseudoscience. So is bite mark. So I mean,
oh yeah, no, I understand.
It's both sides of the evilness of it.
It's so crazy how this stuff works out to me. It's nuts. So I'm completely floored about that whole thing. It really bugs me. So
it's considered pseudoscience because they say, well, it's not definitive science. But then again, like I said last night, is if the bullet went in the gun, each firearm has a fingerprint, because they're not all the same. You're working with metals.
Right.
And once again, here we have goal. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why can we not have both experts up there to show a better understanding, since this is controversial science?
She's always got something that she's got to do every time, guys. It's so frustrating to see this happening. I agree, Robert. She shouldn't have allowed for that. I mean, she disallowed. I'm not going to go because I'll just ramble for another hour. The defense wanted to bring in a metallurgist, and she said no. Of course she did. Of course she did. Guys, listen, I am not. We know this. I've said this 1,000 times. I don't like to try to play into the conspiracy theories, but God damn it. Every which way you look at this, it looks like she's biased towards the prosecution on this. It really does. Okay? And that's a problem, folks. I can't be the only person that sees it that way. It looks like this judge is biased towards prosecution. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm saying it backwards, but that she's coming off very biased, and that she's backing the prosecution on this, folks. And that is not fair to me. Sorry for anybody that's getting a trial. But she's doing these things like this that show it that way for whatever reason. And I have yet to see any good reason for her to do anything she's done. Because I was told, well, it'll come out later. It'll show why she did it. It makes sense then. But it don't yet. It still hasn't yet, folks. And I have a problem with it all. She's standing in every which way. It almost looks like she's standing in the defense's way in every aspect. Because she can. Phil says, don't ever talk to the police. Don't ever, never, ever go to pick up something at the police station. Send a power of attorney. If they insist you come in person, call an attorney you need it. Oh, of course. Yeah. That goes back to the Sarah Boone situation, but yes. Yeah, it definitely started when she tried to recuse. Well, she did recuse him, basically. She blackmailed him into recusing themselves is what she did. If you look at it for what it is, she, in close quarters, threatened them that if you don't do this, then I'm going to do this. And they had no choice, basically, to the point where they had to take it to the Supreme Court to be reinstated. Guys, that's pathetic. And that's not at all what any type of a judge on a case like this should be doing. So you take it for what it is and figure it out, you know?
I mean, I agree with that, but I also have to be devil's advocate here. These are the morons that let crime scene photos of 2 murdered teenage girls out to the public by mishandling them. They were laid out on a table. Those pictures should have never been laid out on a table and that room been left empty.
But it is believed that that was something that was set up by the prosecution, by the state side of things, that was yeah, that was perpetrated by the state side of things. That's how that was looked at this point. So I understand what you're saying. I truly do. I do. But there were other points that got brought to the table that somebody, there's no way to prove these things, guys. You know how this goes. That worked for the state perpetrated that situation. And I have no way to say that that's true or false. You know, I don't know.
I don't know how somebody from the state would be in control of the defense's evidence that they had in files, though.
It's not that they were in control of it. They had these photos in one of their meeting rooms. They were going over them. They were in a meeting. The guy that used to work for that attorney came to visit conveniently one day, that hadn't been there for such a long period of time, knew the room that they used for these things, okay? And went into this room waiting to meet with this attorney. Here they are, snap pictures of them, and off he goes. So it's very shitty looking all the way around and very shifty looking.
No, I agree.
You take it for whichever way you can with it. So I understand what you're saying, but I see the other side at the same time is what I'm saying. So it's still wrong. Any of it, all of it, whoever did it is wrong. And I do believe that, I can't remember the guy's name. Hell, there was somebody that killed himself over those pictures too, you guys. The whole thing's crazy.
Wasn't that the same person?
No, it was somebody else involved in the situation. There was a bunch of people involved in that situation.
That's what I meant. It was like the person that was directly involved with the photos getting leaked out.
It wasn't the person that actually went in and took the pictures. It was the other person.
A friendly kind of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. There was 3 people involved, along with the YouTubers that were involved. That they're the ones that stopped the whole situation, supposedly. So yeah, there was 3 full people involved in the situation, but it's a whole conspiracy that supposedly a lot of people have come out stating that the state perpetrated that whole thing. So who knows? Truly, Mom. This has been a whole giant mess, all of that included. So the one that I think the one that actually hands-on did it he got convicted of it, but I don't think he actually did time yet. He may or may not have. Good evening, Mr. Jesse Schul. Wonderful to see you, my friend.
I don't think he's doing time yet.
I don't think so either.
A couple days ago, but I don't want to speak on it.
Right. The one person is dead. The other person, I believe, was given immunity. And I think, hold on. Tomboy just said it, I think. Yeah. One was unalived, one convicted, and the one they gave immunity to. Right. Okay. And then Phil said the guy that suicided was the guy that took the pics of the situation. Nope, it wasn't that one. That's the one that got convicted, Phil. The one that came after the in-betweener, okay, I'll call him the go-between, is the one that unalived himself. That's the one that's dead. It's a weird situation. But either way, you were right. You were on point, Phil, with it. Like, you knew where you were going. So, But still, the whole situation's a joke. Okay, none of that shit. Westerman, yes, that was his name. Pebbles, the one guy's name was Westerman. None of that shit should have ever happened, you guys. None of it. Okay, and that's why I'm saying it's stated that somebody working for the state or the prosecution possibly had a hand in perpetrating that whole situation to go down. That's, again, in my opinion, it's probably a rumor. Okay, I truly believe it could be a rumor, but we don't know. We just don't know. And honestly, we never will know. So you just take it for what it is. I still believe that Gull is biased, and if she's not, you're going to make that okay. You explain to me why she acts like she does then. That's all I'm saying.
Science that are involved.
Yeah, it's not an exact science. In the industry questions this. There are
Right.
people, there are experts in your industry, in the firearms identification industry, that question this too, respected folks.
Exactly. So Scott, it was a lot of back and forth, and it'll be interesting to see what the jury makes of that and what really landed for them.
All right, Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you just in a few minutes to talk a little bit more about the testimony that came in today. We want to go ahead and bring in to the studio Kitty Jackson Lindsay. She is our legal expert, a former criminal defense, former deputy prosecutor and current criminal defense attorney. And she's been with us every day of this
Good point,
trial that
Jesse.
is now here at day 7. Based on what the testimony that Emily and Bob were describing, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's hard to tell how this jury is processing this evidence. We've heard a lot of really technical things today. One witness for an entire day is a lot of evidence to be delivered and a lot of evidence to be processed by one witness. But we can also really understand why they would have put this much time into this witness, because it is the piece of evidence, it is the forensic analysis that really ties Richard Allen to this crime. And so it was intentional.
Another good
It was
point,
important
Pebble.
to spend that amount of time on it, but it's hard to tell whether or not the jury is processing it and whether it's doing any good for the state, especially considering that the jury had so many questions of their own at the end of it.
If you've not been following this trial, there's been no evidence that the girls were shot. The evidence that's been presented at the jury through 1 week is that the girls' throats were slashed. And so this unspent bullet, this one that cycled through a gun that the state believes came from a gun in Richard Allen's house. So, you know, this unspent.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing too. William Labrado, the other attorney that was put in place, mind you. This is something else that I question. William Labrado was the attorney that was put in place via Gull when Rosie and Baldwin were recused themselves temporarily. Okay. Labrado gave an interview, literally gave an interview. And I'll break it down. His own basic words were that he does not believe that Richard Allen did this. And he wasn't his attorney any longer. But those were his words. And he was very shaken up during that interview, stating certain things he was stating. If anybody hasn't seen that interview, you let me know. I will go find the interview and you can watch it. You tell me what you get from that. That stood the hair up on the back of my neck watching him speak on this. That man looked like he was talking about defending Al Capone and being scared for his life in some senses. Oh, is it gone now, Tomboy? Guess what? I have it. Just saying, I still have it. Because of that. You know what I mean? I mean, I've never seen anybody. This man had no ties to Allen whatsoever, had no reason to say anything, and was very nervous through the whole thing. And when asked certain questions, his eyes were bugging out, folks. And he was saying, I do not believe Richard Allen did this, point blank. And he said, I have no reason that I have to say that. I no longer represent him. Take that for what it was. It definitely made me step back and go, wow, that's pretty wild, folks, if you think about it, you know? I'll pull it out and show you guys here one day. It was pretty nuts, to be honest with you. It really was. Jesse says, I think you can draw so many parallels to Reed, Koberger, Allen, like a roadmap on how to frame an innocent. If you look at it that way, Jesse, yeah, you definitely can, sir. You definitely can, my friend. I appreciate and I agree with you in a lot of senses with that, for sure. Yeah, that interview was definitely shocking, Pebbles. You may have even been in here when I played it, but it was pretty wild. It was a pretty wild interview. Law enforcement has willfully ignored evidence in all 3 cases, and I have to agree. I do. Yeah, real evidence is fact. That's fact, and it's pretty wild to see this too. Yeah, he believed their Frank's motion. Tomboy's saying so. That interview I was just kind of speechless as I was watching it. So, yeah, Labrado was instrumental in getting him moved to that secondary facility because of and Labrado also, he is also the one that brought to the surface the things that Alan was going through in that prison, and again was shocked. Said he had no idea what Odinism was, but as he was driving around in this town, he sees this Odinism stuff all over the place. The Odinistic guards, that things like that. He described when Alan was sent to the facility, that the little cage that he had to sit in to have the conversations between him and Alan, they were 6 feet apart, folks. There was no privacy. He was talking about them being filmed. He was literally physically and visually shaken up over this. This is an attorney, a defense attorney that defends like creeps every day. He even said that. He goes, I defend people on a daily basis that I don't believe are innocent. I believe Richard Allen is innocent of this. I don't believe he's the one that did this. Those were his exact words. So you tell me what you take from that, okay? It was something that I had to say was really moving for me at that point. Oh, no, Jesse. It's actually a very important part of this case, in my opinion. I appreciate you bringing it up, to be honest with you. Oh, everybody knows who you are, brother. We miss having you around. I'd love to have you on panel again sometime soon to get your opinions on things. I always enjoyed hearing your thoughts on stuff vocally. I always did. Oh, there was definitely intimidation factors all through the whole thing, Pebbles. I think he was intimidated, to be honest with you. Oh, the football stuff? Hell yeah. I'd love to have you join me for my morning show and give your take on sports. And then we could have a little sports segment. That'd be awesome. But that's just me. Yeah, I think everybody knows who you are, Jesse. Now we got football things going. I know Walt knows you, bud. Oh, I seen up here what you're talking about here. Yeah. No, it's no big deal. No big deal whatsoever. We were all shocked with that they put him in a prison before he was. Yeah, that was the first red flag in the very, very beginning, of course. All right, onward.
Bent and firing bullets and the comparison and trying to draw a conclusion. Does the jury say, oh, there was a bullet found there and it somehow is connected to Richard Allen's? Yes, he's guilty. Or do they say, no, that's not enough. I'm not seeing any other DNA, not seeing his clothing, not seeing some other things there?
I would think it would be really hard for the jury to find guilt just based on that one piece of evidence, because you highlighted a really good point. They're not suggesting that the method of murder in this case was a shooting. And so not only does the state have the challenge of really convincing this jury that this particular bullet was related to the gun in Richard Allen's house based on the challenges that we saw to that science, they also have to explain to this jury why that bullet is even relevant, considering that's not how the girls died. And so I don't think that the state has done that for the jury yet. So at this point, I think that they must be taking in this evidence and still saying, okay, well, you haven't met your burden.
What do you make about the defense going after how the bullets, the testing methods and that kind of thing. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's really important to do that because with forensic science, it can be challenging for the defense because when a jury hears from an expert, hears that they have this specialized knowledge, you just want to believe that. You want to believe the professionals in a field know what they're talking about and it's solid. And so when it's not solid and it's something that the state is really hanging their hat on, we saw Brad Rosie do exactly what he should be doing. And that is letting this jury know that, yes, this is an expert, this is a professional, but this is not foolproof science. There are studies out there that have actually challenged this. And this is something that is, at least in my experience, is not even common. In all of my experience in 16 years of trying violent crimes and trying cases that involve shootings, I've never seen this science before where they are comparing a unfired cartridge to anything, much less to a fired cartridge to make an identification.
All right, let's bring Emily and Bob back in. So you feel like
I'm glad she said that because that's basically what we've said. And I paused it right again. She looks like one of those lizard people doing that.
Lizard people.
Right? See the eyes? I'm glad she said that because that's basically what we've been saying, guys. And she's an attorney, so she knows. Just saying, there it is. Cut clean and clear for you.
I have to go to bed, sir.
All right, Mom. Thanks for joining me. Get
I
some
have to
sleep.
work in the morning. It sucks. I'd much rather be here with y'all.
I understand, and I appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
I'll be after this one. I'll be done for the night, I think, and we'll pick it up tomorrow. Once again, yes, junk science, Jesse, junk science.
Y'all make good choices. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully, Diego will do an evening show tomorrow, and I can get
Yeah. I'm doing this. I'm
again.
doing this. We get caught up for sure. So we got a few more to go. So thanks, Mom. Love you. See you tomorrow.
Love you too. Good night, guys. Make good choices.
You too, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Was successful in reaching this jury, guys?
That's a really good question, Scott. Emily and I were in the courtroom, and there were times that I was sitting there trying to follow what they were saying. So I would have to imagine the jury might have been as well, because one of the things we haven't mentioned is almost all references to the ammunition and to the firearms that were in question today, they were exhibit numbers, is how the deputy prosecutor, Jim Luttrell, he's a very experienced litigator. I was surprised that throughout hours of questioning and testimony with the witness today, he was just using, for the most part, exhibit numbers, which made things really confusing.
But the defense did the same thing on cross. They did, and that was hard to follow. Number 15, is that, what is that? Is that the gun? Is it the cartridge? Is that?
It is, and the jury's going to have to kind of put all those exhibit numbers, and there's hundreds of exhibits we should point out. They're going to have to make sense of all that, but just one example. Early in the day, when they pulled out the gun to be able to cycle a bullet through the gun for the jury, when Melissa Oberg did that, it was not clear to a lot of the journalists in the room, and I'm assuming possibly to the jury, possibly to the other people in the gallery, that the actual gun they were using was Richard Allen's gun, the one that they seized from his home, because they just kept referring to it by its number. Yeah, by its exhibit number. So I thought this was just maybe a gun that they had gotten from the crime lab or something. It wasn't until much later that we understood that was actually the gun that was in Richard Allen's home.
And even more confusing, the state has one number for it, the defense has letters for it, so you're trying to follow in that way.
And
I think it's a bit weird that they use the actual gun too. Like, instead of one like it, they used his actual gun from his home. I thought was a little strange. Maybe it's me, but just saying. Calm down there, Walt. See, Jesse, you got Walt all excited now talking about your sports, and he's ready to roll. I'd like to have a conversation with you about my Browns here pretty soon, Jesse, if you're ever around, because I'm just curious what somebody else's thoughts are that's involved in sports are.
And throughout the day, also point out that they referenced all these exhibit numbers for a lot of other firearms that Melissa Oberg testified about testing.
Yes.
Lots of other bullets and bullet cartridges.
Yes.
So there were all of these different. One of the reasons it got confusing is because they kept introducing all these other pieces of ammunition and firearms that we didn't really. They never did explain where they came from.
Well, Melissa Oberg talked about they tested one gun. I think it was a Glock 2 days after. I think no, February 17th. She said that was they ruled
Yes.
that out right away, right? Because it's a
Yes.
right, different caliber. And then a few days later, they tested 2 more guns. And then some years later, in August of 2022, they pulled some guns from the river. That
Yes.
was part of this investigation.
And they didn't explain to the jury why they were introducing. Now these are other pieces of ammunition and other firearms that in one way or another they were testing as part of this case.
Good point, Pep.
But in the jury's mind now, I mean, you're just tracking all these exhibit numbers,
Right.
all these other
Different guns,
and they really never came back and explained what those were. Yeah, so I thought that was confusing. And also, perhaps the most confusing thing to me is Jim Luttrell never came back and did a summary for the jury to explain what they had just heard from their star witness. Specifically, when he asked Melissa Oberg, what is your conclusion? And let's put this quote up on the screen for our viewers to see. He said, what's your conclusion? And she said, my conclusion is I identified 314 as having cycled cartridge item 16. Now, there's another way that you could have said that, or that the deputy prosecutor could have summarized for the jury what they just heard. That could have been what you just heard.
What you just told us.
Yeah, what you
What
just
you
heard,
really just
members of the jury, is that the bullet cartridge at the crime scene cycled through
Richard Allen's gun.
But they didn't say that. And actually, Scott, I'm curious to send it back to you for a moment, and Katie, to find out if that surprises her as well, and what a jury would actually make of something like that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So let's go ahead and ask Katie. Does that feel like a missed opportunity that they didn't summarize and link, hey, this came from Richard Allen's gun?
It does seem like a missed opportunity. And that quote that we saw, to a certain extent, is just sort of ineffective lawyering. And I say that, but I want to give some grace to these lawyers, because here's how that kind of plays out. So when the crime lab or a forensic scientist like Melissa Oberg gets these items, she gets them by item number. She may have a brief description, but she won't know the intimate details of where that item came from or anything that the jury has already learned about that item. She's isolated to that item number. However, the attorneys do know that. And while they can't necessarily come back in the middle of testimony and give a summary to the jury, there's an effective way to ask the questions so that the jury can connect item 16 to that fired bullet. So, for example, the prosecutor couldn't have necessarily said, well, now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard A, B, and C, because that would have been him testifying, and that would have been objectionable. But at the end of the day, it is his responsibility to make sure that the jury understands what they are hearing. So an effective way that you often see trial lawyers do that is to say, your item 16 is my fired bullet from the crime scene. Would you agree with that description, Ms. Oberg? And she would look at her report and say yes. And so to not do that is absolutely a missed opportunity, because if they're on item 314, they've heard about over 300 pieces of evidence, and you can't expect a jury to keep up with those evidence numbers.
Yeah. Bob and Emily, this has certainly been a long week. So much information. This case is going to continue on Saturday. What's still to come?
Well, Scott, we know that there are really 3 key items that the prosecution wants to present to the jury. 3 of those. So far, we've heard 2 of them, right?
2. One today, that cartridge found between the girls' bodies, and then earlier this week, those 4 witnesses that say that they placed Richard Allen at the trail that day during the state's timeline of when these murders occurred. The one thing that we haven't heard yet so far are those 60 plus alleged confessions made by Richard Allen while he was in prison being, awaiting this trial. And it's, there's potential that we might be hearing those alleged confessions in his own words, in his own voice. Now, tomorrow is a short day here, 9 to noon. It's hard to imagine that they're gonna start down that road tomorrow on a short day.
I agree with you. It's possible. At the same time, it's possible if you want to leave the jurors over this weekend. They've got a day and a half off, Saturday afternoon and
Right.
Sunday. Do you want to
Give them something to contemplate,
something to think about? Do you want them actually hearing Richard Allen's voice confessing to these crimes as something to just kind of stew on over the weekend?
Right.
I don't know how the prosecution's going to handle that, but I agree with you. That might be something that they want to hold off until early next week.
And of course, we know that the defense is going to push back against those alleged confessions, saying, look, he made those while he was under severe mental duress from
Yes.
Solitary confinement that went on too long.
Yeah.
So
A long day, a technical day of testimony. Again, we're seeing how all these pieces of the state's case are starting to fit together right now that they're presenting to the jury. We've been able to be in the courtroom every day of this trial so far. Our plan is to continue being
Keep on.
right here until we have a verdict. Still a long way to go until we get to that point, but it's been a fascinating week
it really has.
as the sun sets on day 7 here in Delphi. Scott and Katie, we're going to send it back to you guys.
Before you go, I do have one question about the witnesses that we heard earlier in the week. Again, for people who may not have been following the case real closely, didn't some of those witnesses who spotted Bridge Guy, weren't they describing a much different looking person than the suspect, Richard Allen?
Yes.
Yes, they did. So we
word.
talked about possible missed opportunities today for the prosecution as far as how they presented the case involving this unspent bullet casing at the crime scene. It's very possible that there were some missed opportunities earlier this week because, again, all 4 of the witnesses who testified, there were inconsistencies with the story that they presented to the jury compared to how they recalled Bridge Guy looking
Right.
when they called this in back in 2017, right after the murders took place, describing him
Blonde,
as
fluffy hair.
having brown
Fluffy hair.
poofy hair.
Brown poofy hair. There we go. Get it right. Gotta get it right.
Being muscular, being tall, young, and in 20s or 30s. Obviously, a lot of those things don't necessarily describe the
Richard
way
Allen.
that Richard Allen looks. So, I'd say of the 2 points, the 2 really important points that the state has had to make so far on the witnesses placing Richard Allen on the trails and claiming that he's the Bridge Guy that they saw. And then today on the bullet casings, I would say that's probably a couple of missed opportunities so far. So I think that the testimony as far as the confessions is going to be really key, and that's what we're expecting to come up next.
All right, Bob and Emily, great job there up in Carroll County at the Delphi case. Thank you for covering it. We know you'll continue covering it until we do get a verdict. Let's bring Katie back in and talk about not only what we saw today, but what we've seen in the first 7 days and what's to come perhaps as early as tomorrow. So again, as they mentioned, there were 60 reported alleged confessions by Richard Allen while he was incarcerated waiting for this trial to take place, including a note that was reportedly written to the warden saying, I want to confess, and I want to talk to the family and offer my apologies. And there apparently, allegedly, 60 of these confessions. What kind of impact might that have to spell out however many the state wants to put out there saying that Richard Allen has confessed to these murders?
Well, in any scenario, in any murder case, in any crime, a confession by the defendant is really hard to overcome for a defense team. So that evidence should bring big gains for the state. We've talked about how they said they had 3 big things, the cartridges. Well, that didn't go so well for them today once the expert was cross-examined. the witnesses that saw him out there. Well, we now know that all of those descriptions are inconsistent with Richard Allen's appearance and inconsistent with each other. And so when you think about those three big things, the last thing that they have is those confessions. And like I said, having a defendant himself tell you that he committed a crime, it's really hard for the jury to disagree with that. And so that's going to be really difficult evidence for the defense. I think we'll see them hanging their hat a lot in cross-examination on those conditions of the prison. And then we'll probably later on see some more challenges to that from their case. But that should be big gains for the state.
Okay, I also want to kind of look down the road here a little bit. So if after the confessions are done, and depending on what else they may be introducing, the defense then, of course, is going to, give the case. And they've talked about having maybe as many as 100 witnesses that they may put on the stand. And we're just through week one here, and we haven't even gotten to the defense case. Do you think that we see Richard Allen take the witness stand and testify in his own defense?
I would think not, for a number of reasons. One, you are going to hear from Richard Allen through those confessions. Then you're going to hear his lawyers challenge those confessions through cross and through their experts. And so his story is sort of being told through that process, because by challenging those confessions, his lawyers are putting out there that he's saying, I didn't do it, right? Because just as much as they have the confessions, you can't discount his earlier statements where he said, I didn't do it. And so in a criminal trial, sometimes the most that a defendant can say is, I didn't do it. They might be able to say, I wasn't there, I had an alibi, but we now know that Richard Allen put himself there. This whole thing blew open based on a tip that he called in himself. So when you think about it in the greater context of all the evidence that we've heard, they probably won't need to do that, because they are developing Richard Allen's story and what he would say through cross-examining state's witnesses. And I think we'll see a little more of that through the defense witness.
Well, it's been a fascinating first week. We thank you so much for joining us here on WTHR Plus. We're going to continue to break down the Delphi murders trial every weeknight at 10 o'clock here on WTHR Plus. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports of each day of this big trial, just by going to WTHR.com/Delphi. Thanks for joining us.
All right, everybody, that's going to do it for tonight. Sherry, have a great night, dear. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We will be back here tomorrow night with the next version, the next day of this, the next couple days. For those of you that follow with our morning show, I'll be here tomorrow morning with Doodlebug, waking up with Doodle and Dago. Bring your coffee, drop in, and let's check out what's going on in the world every day tomorrow morning. It's always a good time. I appreciate it so very much. Absolutely, Miss Pebbles. And can't wait to see you guys in the morning for that. After that show tomorrow afternoon or evening, we will be back in here to pick up this again. So I'm looking forward to both shows, and wonderful to be here with you guys as always. Great people, guys. You guys are amazing community. I can't say it enough. And I am so grateful for all of you. I appreciate you so very much for giving us the time that you do. So, folks, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing, because you guys are absolutely amazing. Get some sleep. Hope to see you all tomorrow morning. Miss Barbara Hall, wonderful to have you here tonight. You guys are amazing. God bless. Thank you to my blue crew. For those of you that are in here, I appreciate you so very much. If any of you, I think I see maybe a couple of you. Thank you guys for hanging with us and sticking with us. Jesse, if you're in here, brother, it was wonderful to see you. I hope to see you again soon. And that goes for all of you guys. Have a great night, folks. Much love to each and every one of you. Good night. God bless. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight, True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and moments, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim